afternoon and welcome into this broadcast of Legion Baseball here on 104.9 Max Country. And if you're joining us online on Strive TV, good afternoon. My name is Parker Siza, joined alongside Noah Boyd with us here for the broadcast today. Noah, I thought it's just appropriate to introduce you as a JV assistant coach for York University Baseball, and you've played Legion Baseball here in York before. Welcome to the broadcast here today, and here we go, Legion Baseball back here in the month of May. Pretty exciting time.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, finished off my season of coaching and then immediately come into doing some Legion baseball games. So it's always exciting to come out here and watch the start of the season, especially capping it off with your first home game here this year for these Kings and SOS coming to York to play them. So should be a good game, though.
Should be a good day, too. It's a little bit on the hot side. Usually we get this kind of weather, it feels like in July, but here we are in the upper 80s, lower 90s. It's pretty hot. Not a lot of wind here at the ballpark today, too. So guys are going to be sweating out here in May.
Oh, for sure. It's crazy out here. I mean, we're under a canopy, so it feels great up here.
Yep.
But out there, you know they're going to be sweating. It's going to be hot out there. There's a little bit of a breeze blowing out to left center, and so you never know. Guys might get a hold of it on a hot day like this, and with a little bit of wind, could see some balls flying today.
Let's take a short break. Coming up next, we're going to interview some players. We're going to talk to a couple SOS players, Colton and Isaac, when we come right back after this 30-second break on Max Country and Strive TV. Welcome back live at Leavitt Stadium. SOS in York coming up here on Max Country and Strive TV. We're now joined by a couple of SOS seniors players joining us up here. Colton, Isaac. What's up, guys? How's it going?
What's up? How are you doing?
Pretty good. Tell us a little bit about how long have you guys been at it practicing here? And I know you guys have had a game under your belt, but just kind of tell us about the start of the season here so far.
Yeah, so we've been practicing for like 5 weeks on Sundays and Wednesdays. And we just played Monday. We lost in extra innings, but we played pretty good. We had a lot of hits that game, and I'm looking forward to tonight, so we'll see what happens.
That's Colton talking here. Colton, what's your position?
I play utility. I kind of just play wherever he tells me to play. So
Isaac, what do you play here?
I'm Isaac. I'll play outfield. I'll pitch. I can play third sometimes.
Nice. Tell me about what's your guys' favorite thing about the summer baseball season, playing Legion baseball, playing for SOS? What are some favorite things about it, I guess? Isaac, can start with you.
Just having fun with your friends, talking, just playing baseball.
Traveling around too, right? Colton?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I have a lot of friends from Shelby and Strasburg I don't get to talk to on a regular basis during school, and this is an easy way to get to talk to them and get to catch up with them over the summers. So,
what's your guys' goals for the year? Well, maybe individually or as a team?
Obviously, number one goal is to make state. That's everyone's number one goal. And I just want to help the team as much as I can, any way possible. Just be a leader for the younger guys out there, and we're a young team this year, so we need as much leadership as we can get.
Absolutely. So. Colton and Isaac, any goals you have in mind for the year, for the team?
Hit the ball.
Yeah. What about today? What do you guys want to see today from your group?
So obviously we want to win today, and we want to limit the errors in the field. That was a big problem on Monday. And then get better location on strike or pitching, hit the ball like we did on Monday, and it should go well.
All right, well, you guys are in the 8 o'clock game coming up a little bit later tonight. We got the juniors game first, so you guys enjoy this juniors game coming up. Thanks for coming up, guys.
Thank you.
You betcha. All right, that's Isaac and Colton here, 2 SOS Rebels seniors. They seem pretty excited, Noah, to get the season started. They're already 1 game under their belt. We talked about, Colton said, got to limit some of the errors that we did in the last game, but you got a long season to kind of get some of the kinks worked out.
Yeah, they definitely have a long season. They had their first game on Monday, went into extras.
Yep.
They talked a little bit about it here, how they emphasized on just hit the ball like they did on Monday and they should be good, and limit some errors, because in baseball, errors could cost you like the entire game. You have 1 error and 2 guys score off of it, you might lose by 1 or 2 runs and because of the error. So it'll be interesting to watch them tonight and see just how they take their mistakes from Monday and bring them into this game and try to work on it.
Yep, and that's the SOS Rebels there. We're going to be joined by a couple of York Cornerstone Kings later on in this broadcast here today. We're going to have a long one. We've got the juniors game coming up at 5:30. After that game ends, starting at around 8 o'clock, we'll begin the seniors game. So a doubleheader, 2 baseball games coming up here on Max Country and Strive TV. We'll take a break. We'll come right back and preview this juniors game coming up between the Rebels and the Kings. That's after this 2-minute timeout. This is Legion Baseball on Max Country and Strive TV. Here at Leavitt Stadium, York, Nebraska, for this Legion baseball matchup between the Shelby Osceola Stromsburg Rebels, juniors and seniors. The juniors up first, and then the York Cornerstone Junior and Senior Kings. Let's review the lineups now, and we'll start with the SOS Junior Rebels and what they're going to have here today. They're going to begin in the batter's box, but we'll talk about what they've got in the field. Kelby New Year is the pitcher today. He's number 8 for SOS. The catcher is Eli Fiel, number 10. At first base, Colin Verbka, he wears number 32. At second base, Owen Krafka, he wears number 9. The shortstop is Dalton Picorni, number 6. And then at third base, they have Gavin Omens, he wears number 15, Braden Santos, he is the third baseman, he wears number 24. And then Gavin Omens, he is the left fielder. At center field, it's Nixon Thielen, and then in right field, it's Noah Thielen. And we'll take a timeout here. We'll come back with the Cornerstone Kings junior starters. And first pitch coming up right around the corner. This is Legion Baseball on Max Country and Strive TV. King starters here for this ball game coming up today. And what they have for us, let's go to the Cornerstone lineup.
All right.
Yeah, they just pull this up here. So starting at pitcher for York Cornerstone, they're going to have, is that Peterson, Jason Peterson, believe? I wrote it down too. Joey Peterson. There we go. Joey Peterson will be the beginning pitcher. Then at first base, they've got Carson Piper. He wears number 13. At second base, Jackson Halak. He wears number 12. At third base, they're going to go with James Sampson, number 32. The catcher is Emmett Dirks, number 7. And then in the outfield, Cam Logston's in center. In left fielder, the left fielder is Landon Stearns. On the right fielder is Rylan Kamler. And the designated hitter today for York Cornerstone Juniors is Tanner Wagner. As they continue the starting lineups here at Leavitt Stadium, we'll take one more break. We'll come right back with the first pitch. That's coming up after this timeout. This is Legion Baseball on Max Country and Strive TV. Junior Kings will begin in the outfield here in the top of the first. SOS Junior Rebels will be batting as we are getting set for this baseball game. It's Joey Peterson at the mound for York Cornerstone. Nice hot day here in the ballpark, Leavitt Stadium. Looks good, doesn't it, Noah?
Oh, yeah. They always do a great job getting this ready. I know that the people that come out here and get this field ready to go do a great job at it. Even the coaches are out helping. Some of the coaches from the college are out here. Coach Walth and Coach Gray always out here doing stuff, making it look great for the summer games.
Joey Peterson here at the mound for York Cornerstone. This is his first appearance pitching this season. He does have a couple of at-bats in the batter's box, but first time pitching here of the year. He's probably going to get ready to either get the ground going pretty good, or maybe you want to shake some things off. Like, what goes through your mind when you're just beginning the year pitching?
I at least look at it as you got to find out what works and what doesn't work. You're not going to find out everything right away after the first outing, but some stuff to work on. Maybe if he's looking good, he'll go pretty long, and if he's struggling a little bit, it's time for the new guy to come in.
Up to bat here first is Braden Santos for the SOS Junior Rebels. First pitch is a ball. It's 1-0. Outside as Peterson delivers the second one. This one will also miss the zone. 2-0. Top of the first inning. First batter here for SOS. Braden Santos, 2 plate appearances already. No hits yet. This one a dribbler right to first base. It's going to get caught there by the first baseman, Piper.
Those little dribblers in the infield right now are going to be really tough for someone to get because that grass still is pretty tall out there. So it just makes that ball die so quickly.
Now up to the plate here for SOS's New Year, Kelby New Year. And looking at his stats so far in the season, he is also 0 for 1, yet to get his first hit of the season. First pitch outside the zone for a ball. The second pitch goes back to the backstop. Now 2-0 count. Peterson, 1 strike delivered so far. It was that grounder that got Santos out, as this is going to be a hit by pitch here. New Year had to go out of the way a little bit, but it caught him right and looked like in the upper part of the chest. So a hit batter, and that's going to put New Year on first base. Now Connor Schnell up to the plate here for SOS with 1 gone, 1 on first. First pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 the count.
I really wouldn't be surprised here if he tries to steal out there. He's getting a pretty big lead over there.
They do try to throw over to first. New Year goes back to the bag. Peterson gets the ball back and will set for this 0-1 pitch. New Year leading off over there at first. Here's the swing. Contact made, but it's going to be foul. Short dribbler about 10 feet to the right of the catcher. 0-2 here to Schnell, who doesn't, according to Game Changer, those are the stats we use here. He has not appeared yet in a juniors game. He has appeared in a seniors game, and with 1 plate appearance is 0 for 1. Peterson delivers, and there goes the runner. New Year, and the catcher, they're trying to throw over to second. It goes past the catcher, and so New Year's safe there at second base. Still 1 out, and a 1-2 count coming up here to Schnell.
Yeah, it was a good throw down. The second baseman just didn't pick it. And that's always a tough thing when you know as a catcher that you had a really good throw down there. Could have got him out. Just second baseman starting off the year still.
First pitch, the third pitch, there was a fourth pitch, was a strike, and then that made the count 2-2, and then a swing and a miss there by Schnell to strike out. So now 2 gone here in the top of the first. Up to bat now is Eli Fiel. And Fiel rips one, foul, right past the third base line. Third base coach had to do a little ducking out of the way there. It looked like 0-1. And here's the pitch. This is going to be thrown over to third. Oh, he's safe over there at third base. I think we had a strike thrown by Peterson. Catcher got control of it, threw over to third, and they're going to say New Year is safe at third base, so he successfully steals that one. Count's going to remain 0-2 here to Fiel. 2 outs and a runner on third as Fiel hits one high to left. Left fielder going back, but it's going to be the center fielder coming to grab it for the out. That's Logston making the catch out there in center, and that's going to end the first inning. So the Cornerstone Juniors keep SOS off the scoreboard as it is 0-0, and we're off to the bottom of the first when we come back here on Max Country and Strive TV. Parker Size and Noah Boyd back with you here at Leavitt Stadium. 0-0 after the top half of the first inning. Now it's going to be York Cornerstone, the home team, here to bat, where they're going to begin with Jackson Halak, then Cam Logston, and then Landon Stearns. But through one top half of the inning, and now it's York Cornerstone.
Is number 12, Jackson Halak. On deck, number 30, Cam Logston. In a hole, number 17, Landon Stearns.
The pitcher here for the Rebels is going to be Kelby New Year. He has yet to have a plate or have a mound appearance so far this season.
He has a plate appearance last inning where he got hit by a pitch. So, see if he can do something out there on the mound for him.
Made it all the way to third base, stole twice, but couldn't quite get home. As now they're ready to go. Outfield getting set, and it's Halak here to start us off in the bottom of the first inning for the York Cornerstone Kings. Of course, this Legion baseball game, 7 innings. As Halak gets set, now here's the pitch. And Halak will hit this one, trying to hit it over the second baseman. What a grab there by the second baseman to make a heck of a play. And that looked like Dalton Percorny.
Yeah, what
out
a
there
play.
At second.
It just looked like it was hanging up there and might have been in there for a blooper, and he laid out and made a diving play at second.
Now the next batter up here is Cam Logston for the Juniors. First pitch outside for a ball, 1-0. Next one also falls outside. And so New Year behind the count here, 2-0. Third pitch outside as well, 3-0. Nobody on, no out here as Logston looks to get on base. New Year delivers this fourth pitch down low. Almost all 4 of those pitches were in the same location as Logston heads over to first.
Logston's on base.
It's going to bring up Landon Stearns now.
Brings to plate number 17, Landon Stearns. On deck, number 15.
The Kings are wearing these all-white uniforms. A little bit of, what, darkish blue on them?
New uniforms, too, is
Yeah.
what they were saying. New year, 5th straight ball right there as the first pitch to Stearns. High. 1-0.
And they look good. They look really clean.
There goes the runner as Stearns is going to swing. Runner's going to get safe there at second. So now Logston over there.
Stolen base by Logston.
Fiel, the catcher, didn't have time to throw it over there to second. Here comes the pitch. This one outside for a ball. Let's reset the count here. It's 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. To Stearns. Must have missed a strike ball count in there. Apologize that in the beginning. I'm still getting my baseball legs back under me here. 1-2, and this one is going to be low and inside for ball 2. Now 2-2.
And it'll be interesting to see if the Kings keep stealing off a New Year, because I've seen 2 windups that he does so far. He does a slide step, and then he'll occasionally go to a big leg kick. And the stolen base was on a big leg kick, so like that pitch right there.
Stearns is going to swing here, make contact. I think it also went off him, and then fouled. So it remains 2-2.
Yeah, but if the base runner can pick that up, he can easily steal third right now.
Yep. Big early pitch coming up here for SOS. 2-2 the count. Stearns at the plate. New Year delivers. This one breaks down, but not enough. It's going to end up too high for a ball. It's 3-2. Here's the pitch by New Year. This is a rip right over the second baseman's head, right into the gap between center and right. That is going to score Logston for the juniors of York Cornerstone. And that's going to be a stand-up double for Landon Stearns to begin this one for the York Cornerstone juniors in the bottom of the first. 1-0 as Stearns has an RBI double. It's a good rip out there to right center.
Yeah, full count, and he knows he's got to swing at anything that's close and just puts it over the second baseman's head into the gap for a double.
And so that means the next batter here is Kane Combs. And Combs right there up the middle, and that's going to be a grounder into the outfield. They're going to send home the runner from second. That's Stearns, and he's going to make it there for a quick 2-0 lead for York Cornerstone. Back-to-back hits for the Junior Kings. That one, Combs hits one grounder right past second base, almost on that same line that Stearns just had, but Stearns more up in the air. Line drive. This one was a grounder, but gets out into the outfield. 2-0. And the next batter here for York is Sampson. James Sampson, number 32. Here's the pitch by New Year. First one was a strike as that found the zone. The second one, though, high and outside for a ball. And the count now 1-1. 15th pitch coming up here for New Year. As the runner is going to go from first to second. This is going to be a dribbler right along the line, and it just goes foul right at the last second. It looked like that was just going to tiptoe fair the entire way, but just foul.
Yeah, it was smart by the catcher just to let that thing play out. And, I mean, if it goes foul, awesome. And if it doesn't, you give up a little weak hit that goes, he gets a single on.
So Sampson has to go back to the plate. Runner on first, one out here in the bottom of the first. Oh, they got the runner trying to steal. They throw over to first in time, and that is Combs over there. So they're going to say he's safe. They tried to pick him off there at first, and then Combs, the runner, decided to go. He made it over in second in time. So now runner on second with one out. Sampson a 1-2 count coming up here from New Year. And the pitch, this breaks down and outside the zone, low. And that's going to even up the count here at 2-2. See if York can continue the momentum here. They do have a runner now in scoring position again. Sampson a 2-2 count. Combs there at second base. New Year, the pitch. This inside, good eye there by Sampson to make it a full count, 3-2.
Yeah, and if he does anything like what the last two batters does, he's going to hit it to the right side of the field and score the guy at second.
Last two big hits for York have went right center. One a line drive, one a grounder. And this one up there for ball 4. New Year can't find the zone, too high. As Sampson's going to head over to first base on the walk. And that's going to bring up Carson Piper. Emma Dirks on deck waiting here for York Cornerstone. You do have double play potential here. One out.
Yeah, they have a double play that could happen. I mean, you got to see where this ball goes. If it's a hard hit ball, I think that they have a good chance at a double play. So far from what we've seen, though, today, almost everybody running is pretty fast. So getting a double play is going to be a little bit more difficult.
Have to be a great fielding play. There's a swing and a miss by the batter there, Piper, on the second pitch of the at-bat. That's going to make it 1-1 after that strike. Runners on first and second. Still one out as New Year delivers. The left-hander, and this one's going to be fouled out of play. Our first foul beyond the fence, I believe.
Actually, it hit the pole.
Yeah, I hit the pole, so it didn't even go out yet. Can't really count that.
And we don't have to worry too much. I parked next to you.
Right.
On
Yeah,
the other
we're
side
over
of
on the other parking lot.
Yeah, not trying to deal with a broken windshield today.
This is a 1-2 pitch here, and this got a hold of well to right, over the right fielder's head, and that's going to score some more runs as Piper pipes one out to right field, and will score at least one run. Combs comes to the plate. Sampson goes to third, and Combs with a double. Or excuse me, Piper with a double. What a play. What a hit.
Yeah, really good hit by him. Just able to take it the other way. It was kind of a high pitch, too. And just stuck his hands out there and put it over the right fielder's head. And, I mean, if he would have hit that any farther, he might have been able to get an inside-the-park home run there.
That is going to make it 3-0. York Cornerstone leading here in the bottom of the first inning in this juniors game. Mound visit out there now for the coach, manager, and the infield. And what goes through the pitcher's mind? What is the coach talking about in a huddle like this? No.
It kind of depends on what type of a coach you are. Sometimes they'll be talking about pitching, stuff like that, trying to figure out, you know, maybe you're doing something that you don't usually do and that's why you're throwing so many balls or what's going on. What I like to do when I had to go do coaches meetings up at the mound, I don't talk about baseball at all with them. I ask them where they want to eat after the game. Like,
try to calm them down a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, just a little bit. Try to have fun with them because, you know, if I get them to laugh a little bit, then at least they're not so upset at themselves out there because of how they're pitching. So just try to keep it light.
So we'll see what they went out there and talked about. They keep the same pitcher in here, Kelby New Year. And the first pitch here to the next batter for York is fouled back. That's Emmett Dirks at the plate. 7th batter in the lineup here for the Cornerstone Juniors. 0-1 the count. As New Year, his 24th pitch of the inning, this low for ball 1.
Yeah, good block by the catcher there, though. If he lets something get past him right there, there's a chance that the Kings score off of that.
3-0 ball game. York Cornerstone with the lead. And this pitch, a strike by New Year, as that finds the far side of the zone from Dirk's perspective. Dirk's the right-hander. New Year left-hander. New Year the delivery. And that's going to be a drop third strike. And then this is going to be thrown over to first for the out. So now 2 gone here as the runners Piper and Sampson stay at second and third for the juniors. Dirks gets struck out there at home.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty good curveball right there. Just kind of buckled him and swung awkwardly because of it. And he almost made it to first, though, on the drop ball, strike 3.
So that brings up Rylan Kamler to the plate, number 14 for the Junior Kings, trying to drive in some runs here. First pitch, a ball, 0-1. As New Year ready to go. The delivery here, this one outside for ball 2. Next pitch outside for the third ball. 3-0 the count here. Piper on second, Sampson on third for the Kings. As New Year pitches to Kamler. Kamler rips one right to third. That's Picorni with the catch. Throws over to first to Verbka in time for the out. And that's going to do it here in the bottom of the first. But York Cornerstone with 3 hits and 3 runs. They've got a 3-0 lead over the SOS Junior Rebels. The Rebels back in the batter's box when we come back after this 1-minute break on Max Country and Strive TV.
When you're selling, buying, exchanging, or refinancing a home,
Verbka and Picorni due up here for the SOS Juniors in the top of the second inning. Parker Siza, Noah Boyd with you here from Leavitt Stadium. York Cornerstone with 3 hits and 3 runs. They're in the bottom of the first to go ahead 3-0 over the Rebels as we begin the second. By the way, Nebraska baseball, how about that? We just saw the final score here. They won about 40 minutes ago, took down Rutgers in the first game for them in the Big Ten tournament. So now Nebraska plays the 1 seed Maryland tomorrow night at 6 o'clock in Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. But a 9-7 win over the Scarlet Knights today. We were following that game a little bit here and there. They were trailing by 3 runs, came back with a 3-run bomb by Gabe Swanson that tied it up, and then finished it off there with a 2-run win.
Yeah, I think that's pretty big for the Huskers, being that they just
didn't want to lose your first game in Omaha, right?
And they were that close last season to making it and just weren't able to. So a little bit of a revenge season for them.
As we're back here for this Legion game, good luck to the Huskers tomorrow against the Terps. But we are in the top of the second with SOS at the plate. This is Krafka, number 9. His first at-bat of the game. We have a 1-2 count here to Krafka as Joey Peterson still at the mound here for the York team, as this is going to be a grounder right to third. Sampson gloves it, throws over to first to Piper, but past Piper. That'll be an error for the Kings as that gets Krafka on first base.
Yeah, mark that down in your books if you are doing that along with us, as at E5.
Just a little bit too far to the right of first base.
Yeah, it just kind of looked like the third baseman there. He had an easy grounder, took it pretty slow, and then realized that the runner was actually being pretty quick, has to rush the throw a little bit, and then that's where your errors come in.
So this next batter up here for SOS, number 32, Schnell.
You know, Parker.
Verbka, pardon. Yep.
We saw,
here's a pass ball. That's going to get the runner from first to second now. So Krafka goes to second. Verbka now has a 1-1 count as that ball goes low. Go ahead.
I was saying we still have to watch out for foul balls. There's just a little bit of a gap there. So, you know, you could get one right here. You know, take it to the concession stands and get like a stick of bubble gum or something. 50 cents.
As Verbka swings, this one goes foul into the parking lot.
I don't even know what you could get with 50 cents up there, like a pickle or something.
Probably, or a sucker. They have those suckers there, those caramel apple.
Ooh, those
suckers.
are pretty good, actually.
Those are really good. 1-2 count here to Verbka. This one hit well into center. Center fielder having to go back. He's not going to get back far enough. That's going to send around the runner to home. Krafka. Verbka now trying to get a triple. He's in some trouble here, and he is not going to get it in time. Krafka, I don't know, or Verbka rather, I don't know if he misjudged the throw there from center, and then the relay to short, and then from short to third. But Krafka is tagged out there at third, but it does score 1 run on the board. Verbka with the RBI. We've got 1 out here, nobody on for the next batter here for the Rebels.
So you could put that down for Verbka as a double and then an 8 to 6 to 5 putout right there.
Yep. Dalton Percorny at the plate. Made a nice play in the field at third to end the bottom of the first. First couple pitches here, a ball and a strike as it's 1-1. And Peterson sets for the third pitch. This one bounces, looked like off the dirt or off the shoe of his catcher, Dirks, for a ball, 2-1. This one hit well. Percorny, high though. Right to center. Center fielder just standing under it to make the catch for the out. That's Logston. Didn't have to move much. Good contact. It sounded good from where we're sitting here, but it's too high. And Logston with the easy catch out in the outfield. So Percorny goes down with a fly out to center. Yeah, that will bring up Gavin Onemus, I believe. We do have that pronunciation wrong. We do apologize. Continue.
I would say that's pretty close.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Oramus, maybe? Actually, there's an R. I wrote that down wrong, that it's an O-H, and it's O-H-R-E-M-U-S, Oramus. I think we'll go with that. Now, if we are wrong, we do apologize. But first pitch here to him, or first couple pitches here, now 1-1. Here's the next pitch by Peterson. That goes outside for a ball, 2-1.
I don't think you can get any better than today, though. It's a great day for some baseball.
Good one by Oramus. Right to the shortstop, though. Shortstop makes the throw over to first. Combs to Piper for the putout. And that's going to end the inning for the Rebels. They do get 1 hit, but no runs. Or, excuse me, 1 hit, 1 run. And it's 3-1 as we go to the bottom of the second when we come back here on Max Country and Strive TV. Bottom of the second here at Leavitt Stadium, York, Nebraska. It's 3-1. Cornerstone Juniors on top here over the SOS Rebel Juniors. And the Kings are here at the plate, scoring 3 runs on 3 hits there in the bottom of the first. Tanner Wagner is going to be first up here for your Cornerstone. Jackson Halak will be up next, and then Cam Logston will be the third batter we're guaranteed to see. So here's Wagner listed as the DH here for the Kings. 9th batter of the lineup, batting first here in the second. First one, swing and a miss. New Year gave him one a little bit outside, but Wagner took it, swung. It's going to be 0-1. Second one down low as Wagner watches this one for a ball, 1-1. New Year winds and delivers. This one outside. Nope, not outside. In there for a strike. 1-2 the count. Wagner makes contact. This one, though, going to be fouled back right toward the SOS dugout on the right-hand side here at Leavitt Stadium. Count stays at 1-2 to Wagner. As New Year delivers, this one looked like it hit the bottom of the catcher's mitt. Down low in the zone for a ball. Now 2-2. Halak on deck for your Cornerstone as the one batter in the lineup. New Year, the 2-2. This one hit well by Wagner over to right field. Right fielder can't make the grab. And that's going to get Tanner Wagner on base. Single out in the outfield for York Cornerstone's 4th hit of the game.
At the plate, number 12, Jackson Halak on deck.
And that's going to send up Jackson Halak. He flew out to second base in his first at-bat of the game, trying to get his first hit. His first pitch is going to be low for a ball, 1-0. Bottom of the second. Nobody out. One on here for the Kings. Swing and a miss there by Halak. Nice pitch by New Year. That evens up the count here at 1-1. New Year the pitch, and another swing and a miss there by Halak. That makes it 1-2. The runner on first is Wagner for the Cornerstone Junior Kings. New Year, 38 pitches now. As this one up high for a ball, that evens up the count at 2-2. On deck is Logston for the Kings. Reached base on balls back in the first inning. That's the next batter, but here is Halak. And this next pitch outside for a ball. That's going to make the count full here, 3-2. Three and two the count. This one outside for a ball, and that's going to walk the batter, Halak, there, and so he'll reach base on balls.
Halak takes first and reaches on balls, brings to the plate.
And that's going to bring up Cam Logston, who was walked back in the first inning. And up here once again Runners now on first and second as New Year delivers. And Logston a ground ball right to third. The third baseman steps on the bag. That's Corney right there who gets one out. So no runners advance, but Logston gets on base. Wagner is going to be tagged out there at third for the first out of the inning. And that's going to bring up Landon Stearns now.
All right, fielder's choice for Logston. Stearns at plate.
Stearns at the plate here, who had a double that drove in, I think, 2 runs, right? Does that 2-run RBI, I believe, what he had back there in the first inning?
Yeah, he had a 2-run double.
See if he can continue that. He does have some runners in scoring position here if he can get one deep into the outfield. 2 out and a 0-1 count here to Stearns as he took the first pitch strike. Second one down low for a ball. And we're knotted up here at 1. So here's the 1-1. This one's going to be sliced foul. And that makes it 1-2. Halak on second, Logston on first as Stearns takes a swing here on a 1-1, fouls it toward the third baseline. Now 1-2. So Logston right there on first. He had a hit right to third. Third baseman stepped on the bag to get the runner at second, Wagner, out. Halak then advanced to second base. And out there's the hit batter right there. So Stearns hit by the pitch. And that's going to send him to first to load the bases. And that was on a 1-2 count as well. So New Year puts himself in a bigger hole. That's going to load him up.
Number 15, Kane Combs. On deck.
And up here, Kane Combs, who's also 1 for 1 on the day for the Kings. New Year, a left-hand pitcher. First one there to Combs is going to be hit foul. Back to the cars. There's checking over there, Noah. There are not a whole lot of cars that are right in the parking lot right behind us, so people are starting to get it a little bit, right?
I think they are, but there's
still a couple.
There's still a good amount, so it's like, why would you park over there? You're just asking to, like, call your insurance company.
You know,
later
some
on
people
today.
may take that as a badge of honor if they're, I don't know who would exactly, but your car gets a little dinged up. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We're a baseball family. We're baseball guys.
I mean, that could also
gals.
happen if you endured anything during the hailstorms last summer.
That's a good point as well. 1-2 here to Combs. He took strike 2 looking. Bases loaded. As Combs going to hit this one foul, and that's going to keep it here at 1-2.
Jammed him, but still able to get it foul somehow. Hanging in there.
Stearns at first, Logston at second, Halak at third. Combs at the plate. New Year at the mound for SOS. York, though, trying to expand its lead. They're up 3-1. And this a hit by Combs. Going to be hit foul once again. I think that's, 3 straight? Or 3 of 4 foul balls right there?
3 or 4.
Yeah.
It's getting up there. I mean, he sees runners at every base. Obviously, he wants to find a way to get at least one of them home.
Not quite through 2 innings here. New Year already up to 54 pitches. Combs again 1 for 1 on the day. And this one, the 1-2 up high for ball 2. And that knots up the count at 2 apiece.
Yeah, and if you're SOS, you got to be thinking about maybe getting somebody warmed up, or maybe their next guy that's going to be pitching is already playing.
There's a strikeout right there. Nice pitch by New Year. I think his second strikeout of the game. And that's going to get Combs down looking.
At the plate,
So that'll put 2 outs on the board. Base is still loaded.
Carson Piper.
If SOS can get 1 out here without scoring a run, be a big successful inning for this junior team.
Yeah, it would be.
But York definitely wants to put some more runs on the board. Swing and a miss there for this batter, Sampson, for the Junior Kings. 0-1.
Yeah, Sampson's still looking for his first hit of the day. He's officially got no at-bat with a walk.
And this is going to be a grounder right to short. Play is made over there. Santos to Verbka for the out, and that's going to clean up the inning. So York does get the bases loaded. They do not convert, leave a few runners stranded right there on the base path. It's going to keep it 3-1 after 2 innings. And we go to the top of the third. Noah, you're going to do some play-by-play when we come back. Is that all right?
Sounds good.
Do that when we come back here on Max Country and Strive TV.
Welcome back to York, Nebraska, where we have a juniors game between the York Cornerstone Kings and the SOS Rebels. Right now it is a 3-1 ball game. Rebels just got out of a huge inning there where had bases loaded, the Kings did, and able to do some good pitching, get a ground ball and get themselves out of it there.
Yep, and good job for New Year, getting some good pitches in there. He had a strikeout that helped things out a little bit. Kind of got out of that jam, which is what they wanted to do, and now we'll see if SOS can add some runs on the board here.
Yeah, first pitch in there for a strike up against Nixon Thielen, the center fielder, number 12. Next pitch in there, a ball. Looked like that one was just a little bit high. Nixon looking for his first hit in his first AB here today. As he grounds one up the middle to the shortstop. And the shortstop bobbles it a little bit there, but still is able to get the out there.
Yeah, nice job by Combs there to at least collect it. And then throw it over there to Piper for the out. So, yeah, 1 gone here for the Kings in the field.
Yeah, and that will bring up Noah Thielen. I'm assuming there's some relation there.
Imagine so.
Oh, you would have to think so. Cousins, brothers, something. But he's coming up. He's the right fielder, number 24.
There are some people, though, in my hometown. They're the Smiths. They're not related at all. So you gotta
Okay.
be careful. Smith's a popular name, though.
We'll put that one out there, too. Maybe they aren't related. Rounds out one foul to the third baseman. Third base coach didn't decide to make a play on that.
Coach, get down on that.
You know, sometimes you see him make a play, and it looks cool if you do it, but if you don't, it's just like, what are you doing there? Just throwing up signs.
Do a little dance trying to get out of the way of the ball.
Occasionally, I tried to pick the balls. That's in there for a strike, being 1-2. That one goes to the backstop there for 2-2. You know, you see this a lot nowadays. If you look in his back pocket, he's got that Evo Shield mitt on for, it's like a sliding mitt. It almost looks like an oven mitt. And they use that so when they're sliding into the bases, they don't break their fingers somehow. That one is popped up on the infield. Second baseman calls everybody off and catches it for the second out.
Santos there now 0-2 on the day. Can't get the hit right there. Halak ran right under that one at second for the Kings to make the out.
On deck, number 20, Cornerstone.
So now the pitcher, Kelby New Year, he comes up to bat. He last time he got up to bat, he actually got hit by a pitch. You know, you want your pitcher to not really get hit by anything.
No.
But I'm sure he does not care all that much that he was just able to make it to first. That one's in there for ball 2. A little inside, but I think he is the only lefty in the lineup.
I think so as well. We've kind of seen them all already.
Yeah, and in
Just
Legion,
Kelby.
yeah, Legion baseball, you don't really see that many lefties anyways, let alone lefty pitchers. Sometimes you get a lefty batter because they throw right-handed, but ooh, almost got hit for the second time right there.
He had to get his legs out of the way of that one. Low now 3-1 here for the pitcher versus the other pitcher.
Versus you don't hear that at all now in the
Nope.
MLB,
Nope.
especially because there's that universal DH. Oh, good play by
really nice.
Dirks. Oh my gosh. He did like a sliding play to field the ball right out in front of him, still on his knees, and threw him out at first for the final out. So there's no hits there.
Definitely our play of the game so far, though.
Yeah,
For
definitely. So no hits, no runs, and no runners on for the Rebels there. And when we come back after this minute break, we'll be back for the bottom of the third here on Max Country 104.9. Welcome back to York, Nebraska here at Leavitt Field, where we have a 3-1 ball game right now. The Kings, it's a little bit different for me to say that now because when I played for them, we were just Cornerstone.
Yep.
So it's a
No
little
mascot, right?
No, yeah, it's a little bit weird to think of them with a mascot now, but I like the Kings. It kind of goes with the whole, you know, York Dukes vibe. Now you got the York Kings. Maybe they can call their softball team the Queens or
There
something.
you go. There you go. Maybe the Jokers, like
Jokers.
or whatever. I don't know. Whatever other chess moves. There's not even. What am I saying? I don't play chess. There's not a Joker in chess.
I think you're thinking of just everything in the royal.
Everything in the royalty.
Family,
There
yeah.
you go. We need a pad piper or whatever you call them. A jester.
A
Yeah,
jester.
there we go.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we could say. 2-0 now.
Speaking of the pad piper, Mr. Piper here at the plate for York, where he's 1 for 1 on the day.
Yeah, did you think of that?
I did.
Planned it out? Yeah, he's 1 for 1 so far. He had that big double earlier. Really got a hold of it. And he takes a walk. So that gives York a runner on for their first batter in the bottom of the third.
Ryland Kimler. No, Tanner Wagner.
Brings up Emmett Dirks, the catcher. Last time up, he struck out. And before we get it farther into that at bat, we're actually going to have a pitching change here. Not Not exactly for sure who's doing it yet. Can't really see his number.
Well, we'll take a quick break here then. We'll come right back. We'll talk about the next pitcher here for SOS as we're in the bottom of the third, with York Cornerstone at the plate. Pitching change coming up for SOS right when we come back.
All right, welcome back to Leavitt Field. We had a pitching change there. It will be number
32 Verbka.
Yeah, Verbka is on the mound. And trying to see if New Year went out to a different position. Can't really tell right now. There's a chance that he did. We'll find out here in a little bit. But it will bring up the catcher, Emmett Dirks. Like we said earlier, he struck out his first AB. Definitely looking to find a way to put the ball in play.
According to Game Changer, and we'll use this as a solid reference for some in-game stats for as long as we do Legion baseball games, but I think New Year at first now. We've got Krafka at second, Santos at short, Percorni at third. That's the infield. Fiel still at catcher. Now Verbka at the pitcher spot. O'Ramus, Thielen in the outfield.
As that's stolen base. He gets second on the overthrown ball there to second.
Ball goes past there, but Piper doesn't want to run with it.
No, it didn't go crazy far out there. It was just smart of him to stay at second there. 1-1 count. That one is outside. Brings ball 2 on Dirks. Again, another player with the oven mitt thing in their back pocket. It's smart. Don't want to break any fingers.
Yeah, just, for protection.
Oh, yeah. And that one's high up at his eyes there, it looked like. No, yeah, I've seen some of the guys in the MLB. They slide so hard into that base and jams the finger, and then sometimes it breaks. So it's not a bad idea to have one.
Have you ever hurt yourself trying to slide into a base?
I have, actually, as Dirks takes ball 4 there. In Legion baseball, I slid into second one time, and I have a scar on my hand right there on, like, in between my pinky finger and the other finger, your ring finger. And a cleat landed right down on me, and so I have a little scar right there. I mean, that's about the second worst thing that's happened in baseball for me. The worst one would be tearing my PCL, but I mean, that's not that big of a deal. I played co-ed softball the next day.
Right back in it.
Yeah. I don't know if it was smart, but they put me at first base. Couldn't walk or anything, but I could hit the ball. As it's 0-2 now on Kamler.
Runners on first and second here. York up by 2, 3-1 here in the bottom of the third. Nobody out still. It's a good chance for York to continue some runs. And
he will strike out looking.
As I say that, two straight strikes there thrown by Verbka.
That's announcer's jinx if I've ever heard one before. But have Tanner Wagner, the DH, coming up for the Kings now. See if he can't do something. That pitch is low in the dirt for 1-0 now. But yeah, Cornerstone Kings. It's got a good name to it than just Cornerstone, I think.
Yeah.
Though. I do like it.
And now it's been a couple years, right? I think 2 years ago they started the Kings name. It was a whole community effort to come up with the name. They landed on Kings, and it's here to stay.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like we said, it sticks with their whole vibe. As that's strike 2 as Wagner swings through that one, makes it 1-2 on the count. 1 out. Looking to bring home some runners. It's in the dirt there, blocked by the catcher. The catcher's doing some work back there because he knows if he lets that go by him or isn't able to block it completely, both those runners are advancing.
Yep, Fidel's been doing a good job behind the plate.
Swings through that one for strike 3. So back-to-back Ks, one looking and one swinging for our new pitcher here. And that will bring up
Too late now, number 12, Jackson Holland.
Jackson Hollick. He
Number 30,
is
Cam
1
Watson.
for, he's 0 for 1 on the day. He had a walk his last AB in the second where he made it all the way to third. And then before that, he flew out to the second baseman. Ball outside there for his first pitch. You know, he's got a pretty bright bat.
Yeah. Yellow and
like blue?
Mm-hmm.
You don't really
Right
see
in the
too
middle,
many.
yeah.
I don't see many bright bats. Almost gets hit right there. Has to do a little shuffle outside so he doesn't get hit. Makes it 2-0.
After 2 straight strikeouts, Verbka throws his next batter here, already down in the count 3-0.
Yeah,
Don't want to see that.
definitely not what he's wanting to do there after back-to-back strikeouts. And we are
Getting rid of a baseball, looks like.
I guess.
Verbka had to give the ball to the umpire. Umpire discards that baseball, and I don't know if he's getting another one. Yeah.
I don't know what the issue there was with that. I can't believe that it's like a foreign substance issue.
No,
You
no
know,
way.
no.
Not in this.
They need to
level
do
of
a whole
baseball.
pat down like MLB. Be like, yeah, take your hat, gloves, your
Some of
pants
those
off.
have been so good, it's so funny.
They
and,
are hilarious as he takes the walk, and that'll move all the runners. So we have bases loaded now for
Number 30, Cam
Logston,
Watson. On deck,
as
number 17, Landon
he
Sharp.
is over on the day. He had that fielder's choice there in the second, able to get on base, and then he had the walk as he fouls that one out, probably to the park behind us. But yeah, the foreign substance issue is such a weird thing. You see some ridiculous things where they make them take their belts, their hats, their gloves, and then they find nothing.
Yeah.
As that one's fouled off again, same spot. But yeah, it's interesting to see that. There's Max Scherzer, he's a pitcher for the Mets. He had that, and he got like a 10-day suspension for foreign substance issues, and all he used is that one's again fouled off,
Yep.
3 in a row.
Making contact.
Yeah, and he just told them, he said, no, it's just sweat and rosin, which you're allowed to use rosin, and you naturally sweat. So, I mean, when you get sweat on your hands and rosin, it becomes sticky anyways. So you naturally get a sticky substance. That one's outside for ball, 1 and 2.
Bases loaded here for the Kings, trying to drive in more runs. They're up by 2 runs in the bottom of the third. That's Rip.
That'll score 2 as Logston will get a single out of that with that nice line drive to left field.
2 RBI singles going to score Dirks and Piper. And the Kings add on a couple more runs here. 5-1. 4th hit of the game, too.
Yeah, and that'll bring up Landon Stearns. He had that double and a run scored and a
that
couple of
scored 2.
RBIs.
Yeah.
In the first, and then a hit by pitch. So he's 1 for 1 here on the day, having a good day for the left fielder. But yeah, I really have no idea what that could have been about. Maybe we'll find out later. Would be interesting. That's when you need the umpires
Maybe
that
the
are
ball
mic'd up.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe the ball just had a cut. I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe it was damaged. I don't know.
I have no idea. But it would be cool if they did it like what the NBA officials do, or when they go to announce what happened, or hockey officials, it's on a speaker. That's a strike there as he swings through that for strike one. It's 2-1 with 2 outs and 2 on for the Kings. And that brings the count with that ball to 3-1. They're getting a lot of base hits, but at the same time, they're walking quite a bit. So they're watching and looking for their pitch, just they're not getting their pitch.
Yep.
And then they also like to do that a lot, where they foul it off, and then they finally get a hit, or they work themselves into a walk, which is great to see for this juniors team early on, that they're going deep into counts. Sometimes it's not the best, but the fact that they're able to get something good off of them.
Yeah, and staying alive, too, in the count, keeping those foul balls going back. And, it's going to lead to a ball here that's going to get Stearns on base on a walk.
And we have bases loaded now for Kane Combs
up here.
Or Combs,
Yep.
excuse me. He had a single and a strikeout looking his last time. That first pitch was in there for a ball. Second one's outside now for a ball. And just looks like he's struggling a little bit up there on the mound.
Yeah, Verbka already 30 pitches here coming in this third
in
inning.
relief, yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely not what the Rebels were looking for today, as that's a chopper up the middle to
Good
the
glove.
second baseman, and he steps on second for the third out. So that'll be an unassisted second.
That was
for the out.
Krafka. Krafka right there with a nice play. Nice job locating the ball, making the grab, and doing what you need to do. York, though, with one hit, 2 runs, I think, in that inning.
Yep. 1 hit, 2 runs, and a lot of walks. But they make the score now 5-1 here as we go to the top of the 4th. Rebels will be up when we come back on Max Country 104.9.
If you're looking for a step beyond the ordinary in all of life's important moments, call Peterson's Pedal Company in York. Whatever the occasion, let their flowers make it special.
To Leavitt Field here at York, where we're in the top of the 4th. York leads SOS 5-1 as the Rebels come up to bat. It'll be number 20, Connor Schnell, as he leads off this inning with a single up the middle.
Nice hit, too. Nice contact, a lot of speed.
Yeah. Able just to have a good base hit back up the middle, which brings like brings up the catcher, Eli. His last AB flew out to center field and puts a charge into that one to right field, but that will be caught for an out on the first pitch. So York will pick up their first out here with a fly out to right.
Well, 2 pitches. We've already gone through 2 batters. One got a hit. The other one, his first pitch, a fly out to right. Kamler right there with the grab.
Yeah.
So SOS, 1 on here, 1 out.
For Owen Kraftka, as he looks at strike 1 there. His last time up, he got on by that error by the third baseman. That overthrow, just wasn't able to make a good play on it. See if he can't put something in play again, as that's a little high there for ball 1. Kraftka had that last out there last inning with that hit to the second baseman.
Oh, this right on the line. They're going to say it's fair.
Yeah. No.
Oh.
They're
no,
going to call it
yeah,
foul.
foul. Sorry. Yep.
It's all right. It looked like it bounced over the third base, but umpire has a better view than we do. We're just up here looking from above.
Yeah, I was watching the SOS third base coach. He was pointing to the infield, but he's not the one that makes the call there.
No,
So,
he just argues about it.
Yep.
That's a strike swinging, but it was in the dirt, blocked, and Schneal will actually move to second on that, on the blocked ball.
At the plate, 32, Colin Ripka. On deck, Dalton McCorney.
And that was a strikeout as well.
2 gone now here. Yep.
And it will bring up Colin Verbka, the pitcher, as that pass ball gets by the catcher, and Schneal moves to third. So Rebels here have a scoring chance if they can find a way to put a ball in play or even on a pass ball. As now there's going to be a rundown. But he's going to be safe as gets into that rundown, and the third baseman just bobbles the ball a little bit. But
that was the key right there. Yeah. Just that little,
had to be clean.
Extra second and a half that it takes to fully grab the ball, get ready to throw it, and just too much time over there for the third baseman. But nice heads-up play there by SOS to realize that, the player there, and he got home out of the pickle.
Yeah, and that will make it a 5-2 ball game, 2 outs, 2 balls. And
another non-earned run there for Peterson as well.
Yeah, that was a pretty big pickup, though, for SOS. They haven't been really finding ways to score when they have guys on with base hits. So being able to score off of, a pass ball, a pickle, sort of like that, their mistakes.
Other non-traditional ways to score, yeah.
It's pretty good. As that was 4 straight balls there for Kraftka. For Verbka.
Peterson's first walk of the day, too. Only has allowed 3 hits, 2 runs now, 2 strikeouts. It says 2 earned runs, but he doesn't get an earned run for that last one, does he?
No, that's not. Actually, no, that is an earned run because he
put him on.
He put him on.
Right.
If it would have been an error or something, that wouldn't have been on him. And looks like we're having a mound visit as Coach Alvarez goes up there to talk to his pitcher. Alvarez is also a coach for York University. We have a couple coaches out there. Coach Conyers, Aaron Conyers, he's also out there. They both are coaches for the university, help out with the baseball team there. Both of them are pitchers at York. Not at the same time, but because that's a pass ball there by the catcher, and that will allow Verbka to move to second. So they have runner in scoring position now, and they're kind of doing everything non-traditionally to score their
Yeah.
runs.
Try to advance runners here.
And it's working out. I mean, obviously you can't control pass balls as that's in there for a strike, but they're finding ways to get on base with walks or little dinks and stuff like that as hits because they only have 2 hits, but they have 2 runs. That is a ball in there as well.
2-1 now. Peterson, though, had a really good last pitch. Not that one right there. The one before it, the strike right down the middle. He's going to want to keep throwing those here with 2 outs.
That one was blocked by the catcher. 3-1. And you don't like to see this out of your pitcher right now, as he's been kind of cruising this, all the way up until this 4th inning.
56 pitches, which I think the 2 SOS pitchers combined were in the 80s, something like that. I think there was over 40 for the first one New Year and almost 30 in that, not even a full inning for Verbkept.
Yeah, and he will walk there, which brings up Gavin
Oramus.
Oramus.
Yep.
That's what we decided on. That's what the announcers decided on too. So
Go with that.
Oramus, he gets a ball for his first pitch of the at bat.
0-1-2 on the day.
Yeah, he had that little dribbler to shortstop for the 6-3 putout. As that's a ball low. Looking to finally do something as a, just as a team as in a whole, with runners on, get a base hit and score a couple guys.
Cannot find it.
No. 3 straight balls. But it looked good, just a little low.
So 3-0 here. Kind of pitch you throwing.
A
Something
strike.
something in the middle. That was a nice pitch right there.
Yeah, 3-0, you just want to throw a strike. That's the best pitch at that point. And the best pitch after that is another strike. So, I mean,
Make it a full count.
full count. Runners are going to be moving on the pitch because there's 2 outs.
Oramus looked at those last 2, see what he does on this full count. Swing and a miss.
Wow.
What an end to the inning for Peterson. You can kind of feel there's definitely some nerves, I think, that come to you a little bit when that happens, and the relief when you're able to put out that last batter.
Yeah, naturally that happens, but he's able to get himself out of it, and they only gave up 1 run there, so it's 5-2 going into the bottom of the 4th. The York Cornerstone Kings lead this one as they'll come here in the bottom of the 4th, and this is on Max Country 104.9. Welcome back to Leavitt Field here at New York, Nebraska, where we have a 5-2 ball game going to the bottom of the 4th. The York Cornerstone Kings lead this one against the SOS Rebels. And up to bat for the Kings will be James Sampson, followed by Carson Piper, and then Emmett Dirks.
And just to recap for folks listening too, so yeah, York Cornerstone 5 hits so far, 3 for SOS. The score though 5-2, and York opened it up with 3 runs in the bottom of the 1st. SOS responded with 1 run in the top of the second to make it 3-1, and then York Cornerstone 2 more runs there in the bottom of the third, and then SOS with a run in the top of the fourth. So that's how we have this 5-2 game right now.
Yeah, it's been a pretty interesting game. You know, there's been times where both teams have had runners in scoring position just unable to do anything. The count's 1-1 now
Verbka
on
now,
Sampson.
yeah, Verbka now here with his first full inning. Came in midway through that third inning. 33 pitches for him so far.
That one's
This
hit
one ball
up
hit.
into the air. Left field. Not able to get it is the center fielder, and Sampson will actually have to settle with a single.
Yeah, I don't know if he's trying to slow down there, rounding the first baseline. Maybe could have got the double, but he'll take the single. He'll take the hit
Yeah,
every
he'll
day of the
definitely
week.
take that. Maybe he honestly thought it might have been caught because it hung up there for quite a while. Just unable to get to it was the center fielder. And so that will bring up Carson Piper. He had that walk last at bat, and then before that, the double over the right fielder's head. That
Pass
ball, yeah, pass ball behind the catcher. So Sampson will get to second, just not with a double, just with a pass ball. So Kings have something going on here already with their first couple of batters. Some runner in scoring position and try to get this lead a little bit bigger. They've done pretty good so far. You know, they had that really good first inning, a little bit slower second inning, good third inning with the two runs, and you know, this inning already is looking to like it could do some damage if they're able to capitalize here. That's in there for a strike. So the count is 2 balls and 1 strike, no outs, runner on second.
Hung on the edge.
Yeah, you could hear the fans weren't exactly happy with that call, but you gotta just agree with what the umpire says.
Yep.
I've learned that this year, coaching. You can argue all you want, but you're still not right. It's 3-1 now for Piper. And that will be a ball 4. It was low and a little bit outside, so that will put runners at second and first for number 7, Emmett Dirks. He had a walk his last bat and a run scored off of it, so see if he can't find a way to get on here and maybe score a couple runs, get the bats going. It's in there for a strike. 0-1. That one just a little bit high there for a ball, but
That one looked close, too.
yeah, it looked close. I mean, it looked like a hittable pitch, but not a callable pitch for a strike. As that one is by Dirks as he swings at that, makes the count 1-2. As he has a couple RBI opportunities out there if he can find a way to put it in the gap. That pitch is outside, bringing it to 2-2 with 2 runners on.
Still nobody out. You got Piper on first, Sampson on second.
Yeah, so you got some speed there at first. I would have to say Sampson is not as fast. There we saw that with the single he got. As that's popped up on the infield. Looks like the first baseman will call it. And that will be an out, the first one of the inning for the Kings.
That was the former pitcher in the game, New Year, coming over from first to make the catch. Kamler now up.
He is 0 for on the day. Last AB, he had a strikeout looking. So, not trying to repeat that last at-bat. That one's in there for a strike. 1-1 now here for Kamler. Got a couple guys on for him. Try to get an RBI opportunity. That's in there for a strike as well, so it'll be 1-2, 1 out for Kamler. So he tries to trying to find a way to get these runs in. Outside there for ball 2. It's felt like today on both sides they've had a lot of opportunities to score those runs though.
Yeah, definitely.
And just seems like when those happen, the pitchers tend to find the zone just a little bit more. That one's popped up almost by
Right
us.
back in, yep.
You know, if you made a diving play, you could have leaned out and maybe got that.
Could have tried, then we risk just having all this expensive radio equipment just fall all over the place.
But you
We
get
don't
to
wanna do that.
say you made the catch.
That's right, yeah.
And you get
We
50
could do-
cents.
And
That-
head and get a sucker at the concession stand.
Well, you might need to use to help pay for the new equipment.
Yeah.
But you can say you caught the ball. That's full count now on Kamler. So the runners won't be running right away. We'll have to see if he hits the ball first, as that will be ball 4. So everyone's going to move one base. And that will bring up Tanner Wagner, the DH.
Loads the bases.
He has a single so far on the day.
Tanner Wagner.
He's 1 for 2.
On deck, Jackson
Looking
Holland.
to bring these guys in. He's got bases loaded.
Yeah, good opportunity for him here. Anything to
yeah.
the outfield could get a couple of runs on the board. That's a pass ball, but no runners are going to go.
No. I mean, we kind of have figured out Sampson's speed. He's like in between fast and slow. He's like that really happy medium right there. And so, understandable why he didn't go there. It's got to be well far back behind the catcher for him to think about it. That one is a ball, so 2-0 now. And you got to be thinking if it gets to 3-0, he might not even be picking the bat up off his shoulder. That one's fouled back there. Another foul ball. That one's a little bit farther for you to get,
Yeah.
so don't go for that one. But
Another one into the crowd, though.
I know. Another 50 cents. Looks like a little kid got that one.
You know, the net, I guess, doesn't do its job letting balls into the crowd, but it does help.
It does help.
So it
There's
doesn't.
not as many.
Yeah. You at least there's a little bit of a warning because it's got to climb up the netting before it falls over it and into the crowd.
Yeah,
so
and if you kind of look at where everyone's sitting anyways, I think people have figured that one
Yeah.
out. That you
Yep.
just don't sit right underneath
Mhm,
that,
mhm.
unless if you want a ball to the head. Ooh, and that one will be a strike.
Yep. Just caught the
The-
inside. Full count now.
Yeah, the umpire rung him up, but it was only 2 strikes. So a little premature there. Happens to the best of us. And that one's fouled back again. Right
There's
in the
another
same
one.
spot.
That
That's
was
3 in a row.
I could have got that one. Could have got that one.
Yeah, if he jumped
yeah.
and leaped and went over a couple of people, but yeah, you could have got that one.
That's 3 into the crowd here.
I know.
That's not
One's
supposed
gotta
to happen.
One's got to come to us eventually.
Yeah.
I think it's like the night, at least one tonight.
Mhm.
We have 2 games. Oh, and that'll be hit to center field. If he tags up, has a chance. But
There's a tag, but no advancement there to home, so that's just a fly out
yep.
there by Wagner.
Yeah, so that will be the second out as that brings up Jackson Hollick. He is 0 for 1 on the day, but he has 2 walks in which have led him to getting to third both times. So we'll see if that bright bat can do something for him here and get a base knock. That one is outside there for ball 1. you kind of see when there's two. I mean, regardless if there's 2 outs or not, but you have nobody holding you on at first or third or second, so you can get quite a big lead. Which, ooh, as that one almost hits him. 2-0. I guarantee his buddies in the dugout are yelling at him to wear that one. And mid at bat, that's gonna actually bring the head coach out there for a looks like a mound visit. We're gonna wait a couple seconds and see if they decide to do a pitcher's change or not. It might just be a little meeting, kind of talk to him. You know, it's early in the season. You don't really want to use up all your arms right away.
Now, especially this, could be if they make another pitching change. It's your 3rd pitching change through, not even through 4 innings yet. Verbka up to 61 pitches here so far. New Year finished with 62.
And
so, I mean, 120 pitches here between the two in these first 4 or 3 and 2/3 innings. And Peterson, meanwhile, he's at 64 himself. So we're talking about half the pitches almost between Cornerstone and Peterson and New Year and Verbka right here for SOS.
Yeah, and it looks like we're not going to have a
no pitching change yet, but still kind of an interesting disparity between the two.
Oh, yeah. It's a little bit interesting. You have 2 different kind of perspectives from you.
Definitely.
You have the one team who are both of their pitchers are thrown 50-plus pitches, and that's in there for strike 1, 2 and 1. And then the other pitcher for the Kings, he has a little over, what did we say, 50, 60? You're right around that range. But
It's 64 for
64.
Peterson.
And that's in there for strike 2, gets him swinging. So 2's all on the board, bases loaded. And whatever their coach said to their pitcher, it's working for him.
Yep. Be a big inning here for Verbka if he can get out of it.
That one's looks like that might have been in the dirt for ball 3. So we got a full count, bases loaded with 2 outs. So on the pitch, runners should be moving, and if this is put in play at all to the outfield, this will score 2, maybe 3. 'Cause that's going to be ball 4. It was outside, and it'll bring in the runner.
Wagner scores the run there.
So
After that base on balls, that expands the lead here for York Cornerstone.
yeah, and
6-2.
it will bring in Cam Logston. He is 1 for 2 on the day. He had that fielder's choice in the second, the single in the third, and then a walk in the first. So he's actually, I should say, he is
1 for 2.
1
right?
for
Yep.
2.
Yep.
Yes, 1 for 2. And
Fouls the first one over the right field dugout line, or right over the right field dugout.
that's going to be a pass ball. Tried to block by the catcher, but unable to, and so all the runners will move 1 extra base, and Piper will score there as it makes it 1-1 here now. I walked out there when I had to go get some equipment earlier, and I will say Strive TV parked out there, so I don't know what they're doing parking out there, but they're asking for a new windshield.
It's just right there in front.
It's right there in the front. It's like they want to get hit by a baseball today. I don't know. But 2-1 now.
Halak on second, Kamler on third.
That one is. I think that actually hit the pole and bounced back in because he's got the ball.
No, I did see it. Well, okay. I thought I saw it go past there, almost toward the tennis courts.
Well, there's some guys hitting over there. Might have been a ball that they were throwing or something.
That's true. There are people playing tennis too, which is there could be a stray foul ball out that way, but
maybe a stray tennis ball.
Yeah.
Never know.
Yeah, you don't want to be hitting a forehand or a backhand that ricochets over into the baseball field if you're at a tennis court.
That's kind of like my tennis swing. I don't play tennis, but when I do, I feel like I hit nukes every single time, which isn't what you want to do in tennis at all, as it's
less controllable
Yeah,
that way,
yeah.
I'd say.
Something like that.
Full count, though, here to Logston.
Yeah, full count, 2 outs. And Logston rips one to left field. That's going to clear the bases there. And he's going to go in for try to get a double here. And he'll be safe as
Kamler and Halak.
he gets a double there. He's got a single and a double now, but that will score Hollick and Kamler. And bases clearing double there.
Another 2-strike
Base,
event, I guess, either a hit or a walk or a base on balls
something.
that give some runs on the board here for York Cornerstone. Now 9-2, just like that.
9-2. They have 6 hits. They've played some pretty good ball here today, as that one's in there for a strike on the inside corner for Landon Stearns. Stearns is 1 for 1 on the day. He has a hit by pitch, a walk, and that big double there in the first. He pokes that one to right field, but that will be well foul. Stays in the park. I mean, if you look at it, they have the foul lines where it's technically out of bounds since they don't have a fence there. But technically it's out of play. So it's 0-2 on him. That's blocked. Good job by the catcher. I mean, he's had a couple pass balls here today, which is understandable. It happens. Happens to major league guys, too, even D1 guys. But he's done a pretty good job at keeping it in front of him for the most part. Oh, and that will be ripped into left center. That's going to be a stand-up double, I'd have to say. It'll score Logston from second, and they'll just switch places.
Now we're starting to get some of those good contact, deep outfield hits here for York Cornerstone, and we're going to have another mound visit here as well for SOS.
Yeah, and I would assume this is going to be for a pitching change. I mean, he's well over 60 now. He's probably done for the night.
Yep. They're going to call off Verbka here. So we'll take a short break. No, we'll come right back and finish off this 4th inning.
Welcome back to Leavitt Field. 10-2 ball game. The Kings are leading this one as we had a pitching change there, though.
And Noah, the song that just played, Can't Stop by the Red Hot Chili Peppers, that's what the Kings are doing here in this fourth inning. They cannot stop, as that's a nice hit out in the outfield, and another run will score.
Wow. So, again, they're going to trade places. Stearns is going to score there. And
Base hit by Combs.
Combs, though, with that
Combs,
nice hit into the outfield.
We'll give him a double there, and so, you know, in my book, I'm having to go into the fifth inning and cross out 5, put a 4, because they've gone through the lineup now.
6, I think, already in this inning here for the Kings. 6 runs. I do want to remind folks at home the run rule in Legion baseball: 8 runs after 5 innings. So. Right now, York up by 9, and could expand upon that. SOS will have to try to close within 8 runs here in the top of the 5th when they're at bat next. If not, that game will end there in the top of the 5th.
Yep, but James Sampson is up to bat now. He is 1 for 2 on the day. He had that single in this inning. He actually started the whole thing off. So, you know, it's always crazy to see that when you started off the inning and then you get a bat again.
Get to continue,
You got to keep going. And that will be popped up. Looks like it's going to be out of play towards the first base dugout. And so, be 2-1 now on Sampson. And that will be in there for strike. Looked like on the inside part.
Yeah, that was a
plate.
nice pitch too.
It was a
Looked
good
pretty
pitch.
good.
So we've got 2s on the board here. 2 strikes, 2 balls, 2 outs, and a runner on second. For the next pitch was a ball in the dirt. Makes it a full count. So
I don't know. I mean, no, and I have not pitched. I've played baseball for a couple years as a kid. I've not like played to this level before. Do you want to take a little bit more time after like a 2-2, or you just want to go if you're the pitcher at the mound?
Well, here's the thing: as that was fouled off, catcher needed a couple minutes there. It looked like it hit him in the mask, but in the MLB you can't.
Right.
There's a pitch clock.
It's definitely different now. Yeah, for Major League Baseball.
It's different. I mean, and it's coming down to college levels. I think they do it at the Division I level already. We don't do it in NAIA, but eventually I think all leagues will have it. It makes the game go faster, which I'm not a fan of, but that's whatever. As that will be ball 4 on Sampson. So, you know, he starts it off with a base hit, and then he works a walk in there to bring in Carson Piper. His last at-bat during this inning was a walk, and he scored a run as well. But I don't know. In high school, you can take just a little bit more time and, you know, try to zone back in on what you're doing. Some pitchers like that. Some pitchers are, you know, I'm ready to go. Like, give me the ball. I want to throw it right away the second I threw the last pitch. That will be high. Almost hits Piper in the head there. He had to duck out of the way. But it just kind of depends on the pitcher, you know.
Well, especially, you know, a 2-2 count. Maybe you just want to slow down for just a second, take another second or two to think about the pitch.
Yeah.
You know, maybe.
As it's 3-0 now.
Yep.
It's tough to say. Everybody's a little bit different.
Everybody's different, yeah. I was about to say that, too.
I never pitched, but I always, as that's ball 4, so all the runners are going to move here.
Score now 11, well, still 11-2.
Yeah.
Now, York, they had the bases cleared with 2 outs after I think an RBI double by Logston, I think is what it was. And then now bases back loaded again here for
Dirks.
SOS.
Yeah, for Emmett Dirks now here. He's up to bat. His last AB in this inning was a fly out to the first baseman.
Should have said against SOS. Another bases loaded, but yep.
But Dirks so far is 0 for 2 on the day. He does have a walk, so looking to try to join the hit party. You know, everybody else has I'll have to look at it a little bit more, but a majority of this team has gone on by a hit today. They have at least one hit, as that is 2-1 with that strike there thrown to Dirks. And I mean, what better of a time to, get a hit than with bases loaded too?
Send in a couple runs.
Send in all three.
Yep.
Might as well. That one's fouled back into York's dugout. It'll be 2-2. Twos everywhere.
By the way, I think we're getting a home run today. No home runs yet for either of these two teams. Still very early on the year, but got a deep ballpark here at Leavitt.
Oh, Leavitt's. Ooh, and that's going to be roped to left. That should score one at least. They'll hold the runner there at third. So everybody switches positions as they score a run there.
Dirk's excellent contact right down the line there, too, on that pitch.
And just
right
like
back there to the third, or the outfielder, Oramus, tried to make something on it, but yep.
Just like what I had talked about. I said he needs to join the party somehow.
Yep.
Gets the bats going, and he joins it with that single, as that brings up Kamler. His last AB this inning was a walk. It's a little bit weird to say that you're talk about their last AB, but then also
the previous inning.
Bring up that it's in the same inning.
I mean, if we go any little bit further, we could be talking about their previous two at-bats, both in the inning. We'll see if we can get to that point.
That is true. Also, I think we need to start talking about it. Is there a run rule in the fourth inning?
I'm not sure. We'll have to just wait and see. I could try to pull up the rules here quick. I do know it's the 8-run rule after 5.
Because I was going to say
10 after 5. We did get word of that. So 10 after 4 then.
I believe so, but I don't know if that was the case. Then it would be the game already because it's 12-2.
Nah, yeah.
So maybe it's 10 after 5. Or
they definitely have to play the inning though through.
Yeah.
So
no, they wouldn't have to because they're the home team. So they would have walked it off.
Yeah.
I don't know.
7 runs though put up in the inning here by York Cornerstone.
Yeah, very impressive.
Got a 2-2 here.
It's full count now, so runners will be moving. So anything hit to the outfield should score 2, maybe 3. But
and SOS's struggles here, I would say a lot of it has been just the location of the pitches. They've just been around the corners. So that one gets hit foul.
Yeah, but then you also have to give props to York. They've done a majority of this with 2 outs.
Yep.
Like, that's pretty insane that they've been able to poke it out in the gap, find ways to walk, and get runners on with 2 outs, too. So that one's going to be hit back up the middle to the shortstop, throws to the first baseman for the 3rd out. So, wow, there was a lot going on that inning. So, the York Cornerstone Kings there score 7 off of a plethora of hits, we're just going to call it. And they make the score 12-2 as we go up to the top of the 5th. York looking to close this one out here in the 5th inning with a run roll. But we will come back here shortly. You're listening to the broadcast on 104.9 Max Country and Strive TV.
Game. The York Cornerstone Kings juniors on top here 12-2 as we're through 4 innings. York Cornerstone with 9 hits, SOS with 2. We're getting some, I guess, mixed different numbers here on the board. It flashes 9 hits for Cornerstone and 2 for SOS. On the live Game Changer app, 10 hits for York Cornerstone, 3 for SOS. So somebody gave an extra error or whatever.
Yeah,
however it works
it always
out.
depends on who's running the board
That's
or
right.
the book.
Yep.
Some people look at something that happens as an error, and some people look at it as a actually base hit. Always depends. I like to give them a little bit more benefit to what they're doing. But
Number 24,
so you got SOS here at the plate. First pitch there is going to be inside for a ball. It's 0-1. I missed who we have. We have Thalen there as the batter, number 12.
yeah, Nixon.
Yep.
Great name.
There's a strike. Get him out there on 3 pitches. And that's going to be another one there for Peterson. 66 pitches for him.
Wow.
As through 4 innings, now 4 and a third.
Yeah, if he keeps this up, has a pretty good chance at a complete game if they're able to get a run rule here.
Yeah.
I don't think he would go 7. That might be a little bit too many pitches for him, but especially this early in the season.
Santos up to the plate here. He's 0 for 2 on the day. There's 2 pitches. Our balls. This one going to go outside the zone as well for ball 3, 3-0. No wind. Doesn't really feel like any wind at all here at the ballpark. As that one outside the zone for a walk. And so Santos reaches the base on balls.
I will say, though, during our season in the spring, when that wind is blowing out, it's like a jet stream up there if you get it out. That building there for the college behind the bleachers in left field, saw a couple guys hit that this year, which that is pretty deep out there.
What's that, probably 450 maybe feet to that? I'm just trying to
give or take a little,
yeah.
Give or take, 10, 15 feet. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's some craziness that happens in college baseball. There's some craziness that happens here in the Legion baseball too.
Got a steal attempt here. And what are they going to say? No signal yet.
He's still yet to.
We're going safe. Yep.
Guess he did not think it was close enough to give a out or a safe call.
Yep. So either way, runner's going to stay there at second. Santos is there. New Year at the plate for the Rebels. 3-1 the count to him. That last pitch we saw was I think it was a ball.
Yeah, it was a ball. 3-1.
3-1 here, and there goes the runner again, and he's going to get tagged out there at third.
But there will be a walk.
Yep.
Either way, there's an out somehow.
So now 2 outs here in the inning. Yeah. So now we're going to have a mound visit here for the Kings.
Actually, it will be a pitching visit. I'm assuming he's at his pitch limit.
Yeah.
76
pitches, though, for Peterson if they're going to take him out. Yep.
In Legion, almost positive you have a pitch limit of 75. And so with him being at 76, if he would have started this batter at 74, he could have finished him out. But since he did not, he will
just a little
have to get
bit,
a new pitcher.
Little bit too late.
Yeah, just a little bit. If he wouldn't have walked the guy, it would have been easier for him. He could have got a complete game. Not a shutout, but give up those 2 runs. But
so we'll see who the next pitcher is here for York. Looks like number 12 is heading to the mound there.
Jackson Hollick.
Going Halak or Hollick? I think it's Halak. I've been hearing the PA say Halak, so we'll go with that.
We'll go with Halak.
But yeah, Peterson, final stats here: 4 2/3, 3 hits allowed, 2 runs, 2 earned, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. Pretty good start for that junior, as he'll look forward to the next time he gets back out to the mound. But we'll take a break here. We'll let Halak get a few more warm-up pitches in. We'll come back and wrap up this top of the 4th next. Well, hit into center on a 2-out count. Just one pitch there for Halak. And then Schnell is able to rip one straight into center field. It was caught there by the center fielder, Logston. Thought maybe we'd go a couple more at-bats before this one wrapped all up, but that was it. Halak just one pitch.
One pitch,
and,
one
he gets
out. That's all he needed.
Does that go as a save, too, for Halak? I don't think so. But
No,
anyway.
not a save. It's too many runs there for a save.
Yeah, you're right. So that will do it. Cornerstone Junior Kings, 12-2. The win here over the SOS Rebels. We'll go through some of the box score stats here. 10 hits for Cornerstone, 3 for SOS, and then it equated to 12 Cornerstone King runs, followed by 2 runs for SOS. Cornerstone added runs in the first with 3, in the third with 2, in the fourth with 7, and then SOS added their 2 runs in the second and in the fourth. Your thoughts here on this one, Noah?
You know, it was such a great game all around, I would say. Like, it's tough to pick out a guy that really just stood out. Obviously, you know, Peterson, he did fantastic. But also, it took everybody else to get those hits, take those walks, do all the little things in order to win the game. So, like, it was just a great way to really start off your season with a home win and get that win under your belt and win it like you did today, 12-2, and just really having everything click together.
So the Cornerstone Junior Kings, with this win, they go to 2-1, now 2 in a row. They won yesterday at home against Fairbury, lost their first game of the season against Brester Construction's Junior Legion team, and again this 12-2 win over SOS. 2 straight games where the Junior Kings have scored over 10 runs, and their next game is going to be on Tuesday, next Tuesday. They're at Utica Beaver Crossing, and then they're at Aurora the very following day. So good start for the Junior Kings here with the win. They move to 2-1, and SOS will continue. We'll have more updates on what they're doing next after this. But we'll take a break. We'll come back, wrap up this game, talk about our senior game, which is coming up in about 45 minutes. But we'll come back after this short break here on Max Country and Strive TV. Coming up very shortly. So SOS Juniors now 0-2. York Cornerstone Juniors 2-1 as the Cornerstone Juniors here of York get the win by a final score of 12-2. We've got a game coming up here, Noah, and we'll say maybe about 30 minutes. Fair to say maybe a little over
say
that.
30 minutes.
It's going to be SOS Seniors and the York Cornerstone Seniors. We're looking forward to this one. I know you've, being with York University, working baseball there, coaching baseball, you're familiar with some of the Cornerstone players and also with the SOS players as well. So this should be a fun one. Any thoughts about what we're going to be seeing coming up in a little over a half hour?
You know, it'll be exciting. I will say I'm more familiar with the York Kings players than I am with the SOS players, just because 2 of them actually play for the college. Isaac Stark and Garrett Bonnell Garrett Bonnell was our catcher for JV, so I got to coach him quite a bit. And then Stark was he actually made it onto varsity this year as our starting center fielder. So it'll be exciting to watch them, and they should be able to be bringing in that end of the season at the college level into this Legion play with their final year of Legion baseball.
Yep, there you go. So we'll look forward to that one. That is coming up next after we send it back to some music here on Max Country. We'll do that after this short break. We'll come back right at around maybe a little bit after 8 o'clock to start our broadcast for SOS, Shelby, Osceola, Stromsburg seniors, and the York Cornerstone Kings seniors team here in this Legion baseball game on this Wednesday night here in York. We'll come back after this short break. This has been Legion Baseball on Max Country and Strive TV. Good afternoon and welcome in. This is Legion Baseball here on Max Country 104.9, and we're also live on Strive TV at strive.tv/Legion-baseball here for this matchup between the SOS Senior Rebels at 0-1 on the year and the 2-1 York Cornerstone Kings. I'm Parker Siza, joined alongside Noah Boyd as we have this broadcast here today. So you have a team winless so far in the year. That is SOS. They lost their first game to Geneva earlier this season. And then you have the 1-1 York Cornerstone Kings, who picked up their first win of the year in a 12-0 shutout win last night at home over Fairbury. But the game before that on Sunday, they fell to the Nemaha Senior Legion team 6-5 in a close one to begin the year for the Cornerstone Kings. So this is obviously early season baseball, Noah. The team's still trying to get oriented with the season, get used to getting back out on the field. What do you anticipate in a game like this tonight with SOS and York? And by the way, both these teams split matchups last year, so there's definitely that thought that you want to get the upper hand here in this season series, as they'll play again next June.
Yeah, I think that it's an anticipated matchup. We saw this last season at the beginning of the season. They played their juniors, seniors games, and it was a good one there, and I expect a really good one here. They have a lot of guys that came back and some guys that went off and played some college ball. Maybe they didn't play college ball, but they were in college, came back for their last year of Legion baseball, still wanted to play a little bit of baseball. And, you have all that time in college, you get in the gym, especially these college guys that were playing college ball. They're practicing all year round, and they're playing high-level competitive baseball too during the spring. So it's just like a full year of baseball almost, and getting prepared for the season. And I know they've been working hard at it on the off season. They have a field house here in New York that the Kings get to use. We use that for college as well, and I see them in there always working out at night, getting a little bit better, whether it's on the tee, in the cages, off the machine, throwing, working on your pitching. So I expect a good matchup here between both teams.
Let's take a short break. We'll come back. We'll take a look at the starting lineups here for today's game. But we'll begin with the SOS team, which will be in the batter's box to begin the top of the first. Then we'll review the field for York and then go through the lineups. That's coming up next. This is Legion Baseball here on Max Country and Strive TV. Broadcast of Legion Baseball here on Max Country and Strive TV. Parker Siza, Noah Boyd with you. as York getting ready to go out into the field here. Their pitcher today is going to be Talon Hagen, It's hard to read read coaches' handwritings. It's kind of like reading doctor's notes or something like that. So Talon Hagen is going to be the pitcher today. He'll be throwing to Garrett Bonnell, who is the catcher for York Cornerstone. At third base, Colin Kochwar. And then at second base, it'll be Carter Kolota. The shortstop is going to be Noah Jones. And then at third base, Keenan Dirks. And then in the outfield, Trevor Vidichka is the left fielder. The center fielder is Trey Richards. And the right fielder is Anthony White. And now looking at SOS and how they're going to start this one. So Brayton Santos is going to lead things off, number 24. And he's also the shortstop. Colby New Year is at first base. He's going to be the second batter. Third batter is Colton New Year, and he's going to be pitching today for the SOS team. Connor Schnell is a designated hitter, batting fourth. Isaiah Zelazny is batting fifth and is the second baseman. Isaac Whitmore is the center fielder, and he is batting sixth. Owen Krafka is at second base, and he's batting seventh. Batting eighth is Ashton Schultz in left field. And then batting ninth is Colin Verbka in right field. As we get this one ready to go, it is Hagen there at the mound for York Cornerstone. Let's take one more break. We'll come right back for the start of this one. This is Legion Baseball on Strive TV. One, York Cornerstone, the senior team at 1-1 on the year. And the SOS Senior Rebels, they are 0-1. Talon Hager at the mound here for the Senior Kings. And the first batter here is Santos for SOS. Hager, the first pitch, in there for a strike. It's 0-1.
It's always a great way to start off the ball game with a first pitch strike.
Better than starting with a ball, I would say.
Yeah, or a hit by pitch or something like that.
That's true. Hager, second pitch, this one outside for ball two, or ball one, 1-1.
I guess it also depends on who you're cheering for.
Santos, also a juniors player. We saw him in the game earlier. Led off, and I think he's leading off here for the seniors as well. As this next pitch, inside and out for ball two, 2-1. And the 2-1 now fouled back by Santos, straight back into the probably the park area here at the East Hill Park block.
Also, that you mentioned the lineups there, someone that wasn't in there that I was a little surprised, I'm assuming must not be here, is Isaac Stark.
Yep. York University player.
Yep, varsity guys, varsity center, starting center fielder, you would expect him to be in the lineup, but must be gone for something.
So here is a full count 3-2 pitch. Hager gets Santos swinging, and that's the first out of the inning. Strikeout for Hager on the first one. 5 pitches for him so far. Now Kelby New Year up to the plate, another junior SOS player playing on the senior roster. Nobody on, one out here in the top of the first. You are listening to KTMX FM 104.9 Max Country. We're online at 1049maxcountry.com. You can also download us, take us with you on the go on the Max Country app. If you're tuning into us tonight on Strive TV, good evening to you all. Great night for baseball here in the last week of May as New Year takes the first pitch, strike, 0-1. Hager delivers. This one a grounder, right to second. Kolota there to glove it. Throw to first is in time for the second out. Kolota to Kochwar there at first.
Next up to the plate, pitcher number 5, Colton.
Yeah, it's a
Jr.
fun way to start off, if you want to call Wednesday your weekend,
Yeah.
start off your long Memorial weekend.
Kings got some games coming up here over the next several days, although none this weekend. Got to go next week for the Kings. Next Tuesday, they're at UBC, Utica Beaver Crossing. 1-0. Here's the first pitch to Colton New Year, who's going to be pitching for SOS. And here's the swing. This one going to be fouled. Now 1-1.
Yeah, Kelby New Year was pitching the juniors game, and like he said, made the lineup. He's at first, so he pitched. Now he's playing his second game.
Swing and a miss there for Colton. Colton Kelby, probably related in some way. New Year too. Interesting spelling, Neujahr. Never would have got New Year out of that.
Weren't you the one that said don't assume that they might be related, though?
Exactly. That's true. That one you can kind of, I don't know, you can kind of guess, right? given the interesting name.
Yeah, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that one,
Colton.
even though you were the one that said it earlier, but we'll give it to
Colton
you.
fouls that one back. Swing and a miss right there for the third strike. And so a quick 2-strikeout inning there for Talon Haggard. At the mound for York Cornerstone. No hits, no runs for SOS. And we go to the bottom of the first right after this here on Max Country and Strive TV. Time for the York Cornerstone Kings to head to the batter's box.
Seniors is shortstop number 4, Noah Jones.
Shortstop number 4, Noah Jones, will begin this one for the Kings. And the second one, Trey Richard on deck, Garrett Bunnell, third batter in the lineup.
Now, Noah Jones looks like, your stereotypical shortstop right now. He's got the Evo Shield mitt in the back. He's got the dirty mids on. Just looks like a shortstop.
First pitch there, a ball for a 1-0 count. As Colton New Year, senior, just graduated from Osceola High School. We talked to him a little bit before the game, Noah. He was giving us a key to what he wants to see for his seniors. He said limit the errors, get the hits. First pitch here, outside, or in there, for strike one. 1-1 the count.
Yeah, he talked about it. I mean, now he's up there pitching tonight, so he has a little bit of a chance to just take things into his own hands.
And that's going to be a hit batter right off the bat there for Colton New Year. The pitcher, Noah Jones, is going to head to first on the hit by pitch. Kelby New Year at first base for SOS. Isaiah Zelazny's at second. And then you have Braden Santos at Shortstop, Owen Krafka at third. Ashton Schultz in left. Isaac Whitmore in center. And Colin Verbka in right field.
Showed that he was going to bunt. Didn't, obviously, because the ball was in the dirt. Don't want to bunt at something like that, but showed it.
Makes it 1-0 after that. This next pitch outside for a 2-0 count. Sun's starting to go behind the trees and the clouds. Stadium field starting to get a little dark. Lights are coming on here at Leavitt Stadium.
Always a great time when the lights come on because you're getting that night game type of feel. Eventually when that sun goes down, then you really have the night game. And it's always a different little atmosphere because the weather it doesn't get as hot.
3-0 count here to Richard, and he's going to get walked. So Trey Richard will head to first on the walk.
Next up to the plate is catcher number 16, Garrett Bonnell.
And now Garrett Bonnell to the plate. Another one of those college players here on this Senior Legion team.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. He's one of my players. I got to coach him a little bit, and now I got to talk about him on the radio. So.
What was Garrett like as a player? Or what is he like as a player?
Well, as a player, he's one of our better catchers on the JV. We have two, and so we rotate them out. But I would have to say he's easily one of our better hitters on the team. Hits for average, and he doesn't hit for power or anything, but he likes to poke the ball out there into the gaps and find ways to get on, whether it's by walks or get it on base. I think on the season, going into our last couple of games, he only had 2 strikeouts in the whole year.
He's 0-2 here. As you say that, now he is going to get struck out here at this at-bat.
I shouldn't have
And
said
take
that.
him down now for 1 out.
I really shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, 1 strike, and then he hit 1 foul for a quick 0-2, and then swung and missed on that one. That's going to send Trevor Vadichka to the plate here for the Kings, with runners on first and second and 1 out, and a swing and a miss there.
He's got the, I can't tell if those are just very bright yellow gloves or if those are work gloves, like gardener gloves, because you see some guys wear them. Because you don't put holes in those. You buy 1 pair and you're set for life.
They definitely do look like gardener gloves. Buy them at Menards.
Yeah, Baumgartner's here in New York, Ace Hardware, anywhere you're thinking of.
Bunt put down there by Vadichka. Goes right back to the pitcher, New Year, just to move the runners, and he does that. So now runners at second and third on the sack bunt there by Vadichka. So now it's Jones at third base and Richard at second. Now Carter Collada to the plate.
Collada with the high pants, the
really athletic stance there, getting into that one. He sees the first pitch go past him outside the zone for ball 1. 1-0. And this one chopped up. It's going to bounce just past the mound. Caught there by, looked like the shortstop, and he throws over to first for the out. And that's going to end the inning. So York, no runs, no hits. And we are still knotted up at 0-0 after 1 inning of play. We'll head to the second inning. Coming up next here from Leavitt Stadium in York, this is Legion Baseball on Strive TV and Max Country. Baseball getting a win 9-7 earlier today in Omaha at Charles Schwab Field in the Big Ten tournament over Rutgers. And so the Huskers will move on to take on the 1 seed Maryland tomorrow, 6 o'clock at the Schwab, the Chuck, whatever they want to call it. But
home of the College World Series.
Yeah, that's right. You got that coming up there in Omaha in a month. But good one for Nebraska baseball. They obviously didn't make the Big Ten tournament at home last year. It was a disappointing season for Will Bolt and the Huskers, but they made it this year, won their first game, and now they get to take on the top seed Maryland tomorrow at 6 o'clock. And they beat Maryland once this year. I think they're 1-2 against Maryland in a 3-game series they played. Maryland at the time was ranked and obviously the regular season champions in the Big Ten, but good opportunity for Nebraska baseball tomorrow. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of red, a lot of Husker fans that are going to head to that game on a Thursday night.
Red too,
That's
so.
true. That's true. It's going to be way, way outnumbered Husker fans. So they're in Omaha tomorrow.
Yeah, and if you really wanted to know, I mean, if you're not a Husker fan, you could become an Oklahoma Sooners fan like me.
Knew you would try to get them in there. What would they do today?
They beat Oklahoma State today in
Yeah.
their conference tournament. So looking to win that one again like we did last year against Texas.
Oklahoma not too long ago made a nice run to as the ball there hits the top of the canopy, the steel canopy. They made a big run in the College World Series, though.
Yep. Went all the way to the finals just to lose against Ole Miss,
Yep.
but it was something that they didn't really expect to have happen, and it's really exciting. I went to every single game last year that OU played in Omaha, and you know, Omaha is such a fun atmosphere. I think if you haven't gone to Omaha for the College World Series, you should go at least once in your life.
This is Schnell batting, by the way, for SOS. Zelazny and Whitmore up next. And we've got a 2-1 count here to Schnell. Pitch by Hager. Schnell watches that one go over the zone, up in the zone, up out of the zone, I should say. 3-1 now the count. Yeah, the College World Series is one of the coolest events in sports. It's obviously a Nebraska tradition. Oh, that's a strike. I think Chanel thought he was headed to first on a 4-ball count, but that's going to load the count instead, 3-2.
Yeah, like they say, it's the greatest game played on dirt.
Hager with the pitch. This one fouled back and doesn't quite get past the netting behind the plate and into the crowd. This count remains full at 3-2.
Well, yeah, even if your team doesn't make it that you cheer for, you should still check it out.
Yeah.
Even if you don't go to a game, just check out everything around it. It's such a cool atmosphere to be a part of.
Hager with the pitch. This one outside, and it goes past the catcher for a base on balls. And that's going to send SOS with their first base runner of the game. Connor Schnell there to first. And now Isaiah Zelazny up to the plate. Plays second base tonight.
When was the last time you went to the College World Series?
I have never actually been to a game. I have been around the College World Series, so a couple of times. The past few years, I've been at least in one of the, like, DJ's dugout or whatever, one of the areas around the bars. So I'm at least, you know, in the area, but I've never actually been to a college baseball game before for the College World Series. So
well, tickets are a bit more expensive now instead of like $12 for just seating in the outfield. But
trying to go tomorrow to the Big Ten baseball game, though, in Omaha. So we'll see if that works out. 6 o'clock start there for the Huskers.
That'd be worth it, especially if the Huskers can find a way to pull off an upset against the number 1 seed.
Zelazny has a 1-1 count here as Hager winds and delivers, and this one outside for ball 2, 2-1. Runner on first here with no outs for SOS in the top of the second. Hager the pitch, swing and a miss there. Zelazny 2-2. Isaiah Zelazny, a heck of an athlete. He wrapped up his state track and field meet last week. He didn't win any individual titles as he has before in the 100 and 200 meter dash. He has been a little bit injured in football season, basketball, track and field as well. He's just kind of had a banged up senior year, but he's going to Northwest Missouri State, I think, coming up, and he'll play he'll do track and field there in the fall.
Well, congratulations to him. That's
one of the
heck of a thing to do.
The swing and miss there and strike out, but one of the better athletes in this area for sure. So that is going to send up Isaac Whitmore, the center fielder, with 1 out, one on base. It's Connor Schnell on first for the Rebels. Hager now will stand on the mound, deliver the pitch. This one outside for ball one.
Interesting. Again, with the...
Yeah, we had this problem in the juniors game.
Yeah.
We were just getting rid of baseballs here. There must be a problem with one of the balls, and now the umpire at home plate out to talk to Hager at the mound. So that was obviously a quick chat.
Yeah,
But
and it's the same umpire who called for a new ball last game. He was working the field, and I don't know. He must have a pretty good eye on what to look for those. He's asked for 2 of them now to be replaced.
So 1-0. Here to Whitmore. And this one outside as well for a 2-0 count. Still scoreless in the top of the second. 1 out for Shelby Osceola Stromsburg. This one in there for strike 1. It's a little low in the zone, but just got in there, made the umpire. Looked like he thought about it for a quick second. 2-1. This is a rip by Whitmore, but right to third base. They get the out at second, maybe not in time at first. But that runner at second is out. That's Schnell. Whitmore just in time there to first. So that just shows you, too, Noah, that double plays are going to be hard given the, I guess just how quick some of these guys can be at getting to the base path.
No, yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, good by the first baseman, though, still to pick it and keep it in front of him so that that runner doesn't get the second on that throw.
2 outs here, yep. Whitmore on first, and now Owen Krafka at the plate, and he swings on his first pitch for a strike.
Krafka in the juniors game was actually playing second base, so moved him over to third for this game. So he's got the hot corner.
One and one. 2 outs. They try to throw out over there to first. Try to catch Whitmore.
And gives him a little courtesy
Yep.
tap. You know, gotta see if he might have decided to come off right there. Nothing harmless there.
1-1. Hager throws over again. Whitmore is ready for that one.
Now at this point, you maybe just stand on second base and or first base and let him throw back over. Let him really know you're not trying to steal.
Exactly. Here's Hager. Was he coming through? Maybe. Yeah, strike 2. One and 2 the count here. 2 outs. Hager can get another strikeout here. This one up high. That'll be a ball for a 2-2 count. It's hard to even tell which way the wind's coming from because we're sitting under here, under the stadium, but there's little wind at all. And then the outfield pulls as this one's hit high in the air for the final out of this inning as the shortstop, Jones, makes the catch. You see the outfield post, you see the wind just kind of moving around a little bit. Either way, perfect night for baseball, and we're still scoreless through what is now the top of the second. No hits, no runs there for the SOS Rebels, and we go to the bottom of the second when we come back here on Max Country and Strive TV. Dirks will lead off the York Kings. Cam Logston on deck. And Conchoir right after that. Colton New Year still at the mound for SOS. And the first pitch here to Dirks is going to be low for ball one. Kenan Dirks last year split some time with the junior team and the senior team. Did not play juniors earlier today, so definitely a part of the senior roster. 1-1 now. And this one outside, now 2-1. Dirks gets a hold of this one, though it's going to go right to center field, up in the air. And the center fielder there, Whitmore, makes the catch for the first out.
Next up to the plate, designated hitter number 30, Cameron Logston.
DH Cam Logston now up to the plate. Logston did play in the juniors game. As Noah pulls back his stats from that juniors game.
Yeah,
This one he's going to rip into the outfield. Grounder past the shortstop.
well, he starts off where he left off. He had a double in his last AB playing center field
Next up, first base.
in the juniors game, so he just keeps on going. So if you add that together, he is, let's go 3 for 4 on the day.
3 for 4, but definitely 1 for 1 here in this game. Starting off with a single, 1-out single. And now Conchoir up to the plate here for York. The 8th batter in the lineup, he plays first. Anthony White is the 9-hitter up next. Second pitch is a ball, low and outside for a 2-0 count. This one hit really well between center and left. This is going deep, and it's going to get back to the wall. That could send in, should send in 1 run. Throw to the plate is not going to get there, and that's a double for Conchoir. What a knock out there past center field. Almost hit the wall out near the bleachers in the outfield here at Leavitt Ballpark.
Yeah, maybe like 15 more feet, and that was hitting the wall.
So Logston is going to score for the first run of the game. Second hit for York this inning. And now the 9-hitter, Anthony White. He could drive in a run with the knock to the outfield. New Year with the pitch. This one in there for a strike. Broke down in the zone, stayed in for ball or strike 1. And another one, this one fouled back, hits the wiring, and comes back onto the field, but still foul. 0-2. Here to White, 1 out, 1 on second. That's Conchoir. This one breaks down, but outside the zone for ball 2. Ball 1, excuse me. 1-2 the count. Another one hit into the outfield, and that's going to go down right between right field and center field. They're going to try to send Conchoir home. They do. The relay is going to be too strong, and that's going to be 2 runs for the Kings. So White right there with a fly ball into right field. Got right in front of the right fielder, goes down for a double. And then Conchoir, he'll score from second base to make it 2-0, and 3 hits now for the Kings this second inning.
Yeah, and then it brings up the top of the order, so their bottom half of their order is
did the work.
Is doing all the work right now. Now you got your top half to drive in some of these guys.
So this is Noah Jones. There was a hit by pitch back in the first inning.
Yeah, that hit by pitch and then bunt to move him and Richards over. So they were in scoring position at second and third, just unable to do anything there.
And this one in there broke down for a strike. 0-2. Nice pitch there by New Year. Oh, and 2. This one is going to go past the catcher. Fiel, he'll have to go and grab it by the wall, and that's going to move the runner White from second to third.
Now all he has to do is poke something the other way to the second or first baseman and should score a run. Or even something deep up the middle to shortstop second base. As long as it's not to the third baseman, pitcher, or the catcher.
And this pitch by New Year, well short. That's going to be a ball, 1-2. The count here to Jones. On deck is Trey Richard. So here's the 2-2. This one hit pretty well into right center, and that's another one there for Jones. Or pardon, another one there for the Kings. Jones' first hit, and that's going to score Anthony White. 3-0 York with 4 hits here in this top of the second.
Number 3, Trey Richard.
And now it's Trey Richard.
That's 4 straight hits too, and also 3 straight doubles.
There you go. It's called
Efficiency.
and putting some runs on the board. And now Richard here, still looking for his first hit of the day, although ball game is young here in the second inning.
Yeah, he walked his first time, got to second base. Looking to try to trade spots out there.
First pitch, he fouled back. 0-1. Next one, breaks down but can't find the zone. Now 1-1. New Year delivers. Richard swings. This one fouled straight back. Now a 1-2 count. Still 1 out. 1 on second. That's Jones after his double a moment ago that scored the 3rd run of the game. Richard trying to drive in another one here. This one is going to be foul as well. Now the count 2-2. New Year sets and delivers. This pitch low in the dirt, and that goes past the catcher. That's going to advance the runner from second to third. So Jones that much closer to another run for the Kings. Coach Bonnell over there giving him some advice. Looking over to the pitcher, or the batter now, Richard.
And
Richard a lefty too.
Yeah, lefty. All he has to do is pull the ball or
push it.
push it. Yeah.
Right over the shortstop. That's going to go down for a base hit and another run for the Kings.
Yeah, don't listen to me what I'm saying.
That's right. That was some incredible timing. We've seen all of them pushed, right? So I guess it would only make sense that the lefty would also push it into left field because the other righties have pushed it.
There was one righty that actually pulled the ball and he hit it pretty far.
Yeah, that's right.
Everybody else has put it in right center.
Kochwire hit that one deep to left, but we got a mound visit now. Coach Belt for SOS out there. 4 runs put on by the Kings here in this bottom of the second. 5 hits. And it's, 4-0.
Yeah, not really going out there looking to put somebody new in. Obviously, we saw that in the first game. Just trying to calm down his guy, tell him, hey, man, like, you throw it in there. Yeah, they're going to get some hits occasionally, but you'll eventually get those outs.
It's Colton New Year out there at the
plate,
mound.
16, Garrett Bonnell.
Yeah, now you have Garrett Bonnell up.
So
I'm not
far,
going to talk anything about this at-bat. The last time I did, it didn't go so well.
Didn't work. You predicted wrong.
Yeah, I was hyping him up, and then it didn't work.
So he did strike out last time. Now he gets a good hit out to left. That is going to be, is that caught?
Yep.
Yep. What a catch out there by the left fielder. About that, Ashton Schultz made the grab. It was almost looked like he popped up so quickly. I thought he maybe dropped it, but
yeah, or
either way, what a catch out there.
or something out there. But no, comes up with a good clean catch.
So Bonnell heads to 0-2 for the day. And that's going to keep the runner Richard there on first, but now 2 outs. And now Richard, after the first pitch here to the next batter, Vidichka, will head over to second on the steal. Pitch was low there too for Vidichka, so it's 1-0.
Yeah, that ball went into the dirt. He had a pretty easy stolen base right there.
And that's a hard ground ball, though not a lot of speed on it. It's easy right there for Santos, the shortstop, to collect and throw over to Kelby New Year at first base to end the inning. York Cornerstone, though, does some damage. They put up 5 hits and 4 runs, and they lead this one 4-0 after 2 innings of play. We're back to the 3rd inning next year on Max Country and Strive TV.
Welcome back to York, Nebraska here at Leavitt Stadium. The York Cornerstone Kings are up 4-0 here in the top of the 3rd. For SOS, it will be Schultz, Verbitka, excuse me, and Santos. That ball is ball outside. It was kind of weird. Hit off of his shin guard and just kind of flew on back there. The Rebels here are still looking up to get a couple more hits on the day. They're been stuck at 1 here and just haven't been able to have that big inning like what York just had in the bottom of the 2nd.
Guess we'll see if it's here for them, but Hager pitching really good so far.
Oh,
that went right back to, that hit him right in the lower leg.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate. He's going to try to walk that one off. Ouch.
Yeah. I don't think the coaches are going to come out there. Umpire is going to go out there and just make sure everything's fine, but it looked like it just, bounced off of his, hopefully it was his cleat and it wasn't his ankle or something. Maybe he wears high tops out there. Hopefully. But those can always be a little bit tough if they hit it a little bit harder. Smacks you on the ankle. It doesn't feel good the next day.
No.
But either way, it's still a base hit for Schultz. Now, right fielder, number 32, coming up to bat for his first AB of the day as he takes ball 1.
Colin Verbka out here. He pitched at the end of that juniors game. pretty well toward the end. Obviously, his team picked up the loss, but playing 2 games here tonight.
Yeah, Verbka, he, for the first time that we've seen him, throwing over 50, 60 pitches, he didn't look too bad. His command was a little bit off, but, it's the start of the season. What else? You're still working out some of the kinks.
Yep.
That's taken there for strike, 2-1 now on the batter. And that's poked out there to right center, gets down in the gap, and looks like he'll get a double out of that. He'll move runner over to third. So a stand-up double for Verbka, as that will bring up Braden Santos.
Anthony White out there at right field just didn't have enough speed there to make the play on it. Did a good job at least stopping the ball and avoiding the run. Yeah, cutting it off.
Not letting that runner score is a big thing, but brings Santos up. He struck out swinging his first time up to bat, so looking to try to – and that's a base hit up to shortstop. Jones throws over to first for the out, but that'll be an RBI.
Yep.
So call that a –
Next up to bat, number 8.
it's like a sacrifice almost. You do the job, you get the run. Now it's 4-1 as he moved both of the runners, but you can't be upset with that. You did your job.
Nope, that's exactly what you wanted to do.
And then now up to bat is Kelby New Year. He grounded out to second base his last time up to bat.
Oh, and 1 here. Another good pitch. Oh.
Called that one
Outside.
a ball. It looked good. It just, I don't know. There's been some pitches where they look very good and they just don't get the call. But that's why
They were out, Noah. They were outside the zone.
They're outside the zone. That's why we're not umpires.
There's another.
Oh, bobbled by the first baseman, and everyone's going to be safe here, as it was looked like a routine play.
Yep, Kochwire there, the first baseman. Had the glove on it, just couldn't control it. And then he tried to throw back over to first there, but just not in time. So, yeah, now we got a runner safe at home for the second run of the game for SOS, and now a runner at first.
And since I'm keeping our book, I'll put that in as an E3, because that was an easy play. It's a routine play. The ones that are routine and something happens, you put down an error.
This is just what SOS needed, too. Two
Yeah.
quick runs on the board before the first out.
Yeah, they still have yet to get out here, and they've just – actually, no, they do have one out. They just don't have it put up there. I have that. The fielder choice to the shortstop.
Fielder
they just
choice.
don't have it up there on the scoreboard.
That's right. So that'll be the second out.
Yep, as their second out comes up, as Colton New Year strikes out swinging, and it'll bring up
Next up to bat,
number 20, Connor Schnell. Will come up to bat, as he has a runner on first. If he can poke something out there, might be able to score from first, but he's going to have to get on his wheels there.
Yeah.
Really just unhook the trailer.
Hager now 49 pitches. Noah looking at some of the ins and outs.
Yeah.
4 hits allowed, 2 earned runs, 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, he's got a lot of things working for him, but then at the same time, I mean, there's a couple things that could work on just a little bit more of a, your zone a little bit. Also, you never know, that comebacker off of his foot ankle area might be affecting him a little bit. You never know. As the runner goes, and he'll be safe as the shortstop.
Yep.
Oh,
Calling him out there?
They
think so.
Called him out. Oh, strike 3. Excuse me. Sorry, we were so focused on
Yeah,
the
we were so focused
stolen
on the throw
bag.
over to second. So, yeah.
I mean, and it was not – he was not out at second, so that's why we were really confused there. But for the Rebels,
First half of the third inning.
they scored 2 runs off there on a
Runner left on base.
2 hits, making a 4-2 ball game. And when we come back, we'll have the bottom of the third for you here on Max Country 104.9 and Strive TV.
Bears.
Welcome back to Leavitt Field. We have a 4-2 ball game right now. The York Cornerstone Kings are winning this one so far here in the bottom of the third. Leading off will be Carter Kulata, then Kenan Dirks, and then Cam Logston. As Kulata takes strike 1 there.
Got to credit the York field there for making some good plays there after that error in the second inning. Gave up 2 runs to SOS. SOS is looking good. Could have came and tied it, but York stays on top here heading into their home half of the third inning. Quick first out right there, though.
Yeah, a little 6-3 put out right there to start the inning off for the Rebels. We'll bring up Dirks. He flew out to center field in his first at-bat in the second. So looking to maybe try to find a way to get on here. As he takes that one for a ball outside. It's tough to say the pitch right away just because the umpire is calling it just a smidge bit late.
Yeah. Keeps us in anticipation.
Like that one right there, you know. It was a strike, but he called it maybe 10 seconds after the pitch was done. So
10 seconds, a little bit.
Yeah, that's exaggerating. But I'm just making it a point.
Dirks, what a rip.
There we go. And Dirks puts one into left field for his first base hit of the day.
Right between, looked like short and third. His first hit of the game.
Now I'll bring up Cam Logston, the DH. He had a single and kind of got that party started in the second on that 4-run inning there. He was the guy who started it with the single, got the first run scored. So, you know, he's having a great start to the game. Let's see if he can keep it up here. So he takes that pitch for a ball outside. Swings at that one, fouls it back off to the net behind home plate for strike 1. 1-1, 1 out. That one's taken for a ball outside. Catcher really had to like dive for that one almost. It's, you know, being a former catcher, you have to give so much props to catchers because they do so much work back there.
It's tough.
Yeah, and then you go home and you ice your knees and you hope that they feel better for tomorrow.
And especially when you got, I mean, no offense to, you know, every catcher who's been a catcher for a long time has had a pitcher that you're trying to work with a little bit here and there, and yeah, they can make you move, slide your knees around, all that stuff. So
you get banged up by the end of it, and you know, you didn't even get hit by a pitch
Right.
or anything. You just block and everything. So he takes that one for a strike. So there's going to be a full count here on Logston, as pitcher has battled back here from 3-1 to make it a full count. As that one will be in the dirt for ball 4. So runner Dirks will advance to second as Logston goes to first base, and that will bring up Colin Kochwa, the first baseman. He was also a part of that big second inning. He had that double that brought in Logston. So he looks at the first pitch for a strike right down the middle. You know, some people don't like to swing at that first pitch just because they like to see a couple more, but it's so tough not to when it's right down the middle. It's like, it's right there. That might be the best one you see the whole day.
Yep.
As he watches a curveball break in there for strike 2, so now you can't really look for the best pitch. You got to just swing at it if it's close and hope you foul it off.
That's right. Never fun being down 0-2.
Nope. And he pokes that one up to right field, and that's actually going to go over the right fielder's head. So nobody will score on that because it looked like the right fielder was going to catch that one.
Bonnell, too. Coach Bonnell out there at third base was really trying to wave through the runner there on third, but they stopped there. Either way, yeah, you get a good hit out there into the outfield on an 0-2 count. Here you are, bases loaded again with one out.
And it brings up Anthony White, the right fielder. He got in with a double as well and scored. So see if this bottom half of the order can really do something here as he pops up to right field, but the second baseman will actually call off the right fielder there for out number 1. You can put that in as an F4, but he was in right field, so I guess you could put it as an F9 too if you really wanted to get crazy with it.
It's Losney right there waving off the right fielder to make the catch.
And he'll bring up Noah Jones. He also had a double and a hit by pitch, so he's 1 for 1 on the day. Top of the order. So he watches that one for ball 1 off the curveball.
2 outs here for Jones. Good time, I guess, to
Clear the
hit
bases
something.
or
Yep.
something.
Clear them out.
There's a lot of grass over there in right center. It's 2-0 now on Jones. Also having a pretty good day over there at shortstop.
Made a couple nice defensive plays.
So he watches that pitch for ball 3-0 right now. I don't think that Coach Bonnell is going to give him the green light on this one. I would assume that he's taken this pitch all the way.
And that in the zone. Saw that coming. You got one right there, Tony Romo. Yeah.
I'm trying to be the next Tony Romo of baseball or something. Who knows? But 3-1 now. He watches that one for ball 4. So the walk will bring in a runner. So Jones will get the RBI and move everybody over with the walk. And now
Dirks scores there. Logston now at third. Kochwire at second.
and it will bring
Jones at
up
first.
Richard. He had a single his last up at bat, so he is 1 for 1 on the day, a single and a walk.
I think a single to right field as well. Right field has been a popular spot here for
No,
the
his
Kings.
was left field.
Oh, yeah, that's
because
right.
I tried to call it, and I said, if you just pull it, you get the RBI.
Yep,
Nope, he decides to push it the other way. Can't all be Tony Romo. Watches that one for a ball, and it is 2-0 now. See, calls time. Swings at that one, puts it foul into the trees over there by the park. Luckily, nobody can park in the park.
Yep, but We know kids out there playing in that park area.
Oh, yeah.
If so, they quickly grabbed the ball
get
and
50
took it back
cents.
for 50 cents. Yep.
That'll
There's
be a pass ball, and he'll be safe off the pass ball. So that'll be another run scored as Logston will take home on the pass ball, and all the other batters will, all the other base runners will advance on another base. And now for Richard, it is 3-1, so it's a good hitters count here because it's got to be a strike in there. So maybe you might be looking to swing it. Doesn't swing it.
And that's the walk.
And then walk for him, so his second walk on the day. Loads the bases right back up for Garrett Bonnell. He had that line drive out to left field where that left fielder made that diving play. Really good play by him.
Yeah, Schultz out there
Yeah,
made the play.
Schultz did a fantastic job at that. Garrett looking to get a walk or a knock here. You know, he'd much rather have a knock than a walk, but
I'm sure if you're the batter here in this kind of circumstance, you've been struck out already. You've hit a good ball into the outfield that was caught. You've already batted. This is your third at-bat here in your 3 innings that you've played. You're probably like, come on, let's get something going here.
oh, for sure. He's just looking to,
You can just maybe a little bit more antsy than normal.
a little bit more. And I'll give it to Garrett, you know, I'll talk a little bit more about it as we have a coaches meeting here, as looks like we might even have a pitcher's change. But
Yeah, we'll see here. It's 68 pitches now for Colton New Year
yeah,
through not quite through 3 innings.
yeah. But back to what I was talking about, Garrett Bonnell. You know, him and Stark, they play college baseball, and so they see a lot faster of pitchers than what you're going to see in Legion. And
Yes.
that's nothing disrespectful to these guys working their butts off out here playing Legion baseball. It's just, it's different, you know. You go to college to play baseball, and if you're a pitcher, you're throwing a little bit faster. And so they see a lot more faster pitches, and Garrett likes to take the ball the other way in college, but when he comes down here to Legion, it's a little bit slower. Everything's just not as fast as college baseball is, and so his balls that he's pushing the other way are going to turn into balls that he's pulling, as we saw with when he lined out to left field. So instead of him doing what he usually does and taking it the other way to right center, he's probably going to pull it down the line to left or into the gap in left center.
Is it a long adjustment for these guys? Because, you know, they are coming in from a lot of college baseball in the last few months. Their Legion season, they've been practicing together, playing with each other now for a couple weeks. But does it take a long time to adjust to that speed of the game, as you said?
I think,
especially going from the faster game to the lower part of the game when you're in the summer playing.
Oh, no, for sure. I think it's a little bit of both, where that initial, you're getting used to the faster pitches when you first get to college, and you're used to speeding up your bag and your bat speed a little bit faster. I think that is one of the things that is a little bit tougher. And then when you come back down to Legion level, where it's a little bit slower, I don't think it's more about making the adjustment in your bat speed. You want your bat speed to be fast, but it's more about making your adjustment and waiting on the pitch instead of trying to speed up everything. So we do have a new pitcher in here.
Yeah, B.O. and Krafka now at the mound for SOS. Bonnell still at the plate.
So Owen Krafka was playing third base, and
Colton is now over at third. They just switched, so, yep.
No, yeah, Colton's pitching now, correct?
No. Colton was just pitching. Now Colton's at third base. They got Kelby at second, or they got Kelby at first.
Okay.
And then Owen Krafka, who was at third, is now pitching.
Gotcha.
So the pitcher and the third base just switched.
Gotcha. As Bonnell takes that one for a strike, so it's 2-1 now here. Watches that one for a ball, 3-1. Like we said before, 3-1. You're looking for a strike here. I mean, the pitcher, you're assuming he's going to be throwing something for you to hit because he doesn't want to walk a guy in.
That one behind, yeah.
He doesn't want to do it, but it happens.
Yep.
As Bonnell will pick up his first RBI of the game with a walk as he brings in Kochwa. And all the runners will move. Jones to third, Richard to second, Bonnell to first, and then Vidichka will come up to bat. He is 0 for 2 now with a putout, a 6-3 putout in the second, and a sacrifice to the pitcher to move those guys on that bunt earlier in the first inning.
This is a sight that York wants to see a lot this year. Their first 3 batters, Jones, Richard, and Bonnell. I think they got a pinch runner over there. I think they just moved over there, Peterson. Either way, you have your first 3 runners on base, which is you'll take that.
That's what
just
you
about
want.
every inning.
And obviously they're missing their addition of
Isaac Stark.
Stark. I mean, everyday center fielder, his bat is electric.
Mm-hmm.
So just imagine that, how they're doing all this right now, and then you add another really good bat, and how much your offense will just go through the roof once you've had another really good bat. And as that's 2-1 now on Vidichka. Takes that one for a ball, 3-1. Possible chance for, actually there's a big chance here for an RBI, whether it's a hit or a walk. Just depends on how much you're going to get. So he takes that one for a ball. Ball 4 as he'll walk. He'll get an RBI as Noah Jones comes to the plate. Trey Richard goes to third. Garrett Bonnell goes to second. And Vidichka goes to first.
Peterson, actually. They got Peterson as the pinch runner over there on second, and for Bonnell, Richard, third, Vidichka
I
first.
forget that. I mean, he's a catcher. Of course, he gets a little courtesy runner.
Yep.
Makes sense. That brings in Carter Culata. I always hated the pinch runner. I like to run for myself. But I also ran track in high school, so I enjoyed it a little bit more. As there's a pass ball, looks like going to score standing up there will be Richard. So he will score on the pass ball.
That one pretty far past the catcher there as well. Owen's got to obviously settle down a little bit in here and start throwing some strikes down the plate.
Peterson will move to third, and Vidichka will move to second as Culata has a 2-0 count now. So that one's in the dirt there, squirts away from the catcher, but not enough to get Peterson to want to try to swipe home. 3-0 now. I can only believe that Culata will not be swinging this bat here.
Just to update the score here, 9-2 now. 6 hits for York. Their last few runs have not been by hits. They've been by the base on balls.
But he must have had the green light there.
Yes.
Which is understandable.
Yes.
I mean, you're up 9-2. Might as well let him
Yeah.
hack it out a little bit. It's always fun to see that.
Ooh,
That was
nice break.
That was a really good curveball there. Started up right around his shoulder and just broke right down into the plate to make it full count now. Full count, 2 outs. So, see if he's... Nope. He's actually going to get walked here because it looked like he tried to go back to that curveball.
Yeah, I think he definitely did because it almost looked like he was trying to do the same movement except it was too far outside of where he went first time. So it almost went right over Culata. He had to duck out of the way.
No, yeah.
Now it's walked.
It looked like he was trying to go back to the curveball. Maybe the curveball is his pitch that he likes to go to when he's stuck in a jam. And so, just didn't break, which that will happen. Brings up Dirks, the third baseman. He had that single to start the inning.
Oh.
And that ball will be thrown to the outfield on a pick to second. That will score 1 run as Peterson will score off of the pickoff attempt to second. Vidichka will move to third, and Culata will move to second. And it's a 1-0 count for Dirks.
6 runs now put on here by the Kings in this third inning.
And that ball spiked into the dirt, and man, it's just
Well,
he's having a tough time out there finding the zone.
Yeah, and talking with Colton New Year and Isaac Whitmore before the game, they come up here and say limit the errors, limit the mistakes, and when you get into something like this, errors and mistakes kind of compile. It's almost like you don't feel like there's a way out of it.
Yeah.
But you gotta find something.
Yeah, and I mean, you see the leadership by the shortstop there.
Santos, right?
Santos, yeah. He came in to talk to his pitcher, just called a little timeout right there. Just needed to get back into his head, be like, hey, man, you're in here for a reason. Come out here, and we just need you to throw some strikes.
Dirk's here now, 3-0 count with those 2-1, second and third.
As that will be outside for ball 4, so Dirks will
Next up to the plate, number 30,
continue with
Cameron
the trend of walking.
They're going to bring out the manager, though, here for SOS. Sure to have a quick conversation with the pitcher. See how quick this one is, if this is...
It might be a pitching. Yeah, it is a pitching change. He's indicating. Looks like the center fielder is going to come in to pitch. Isaac Whitmore. He's going to come in and pitch there. Assuming they'll probably just swap positions. But while we're waiting here, we will send it to a break. It is 10-2 in the bottom of the third. York leads SOS. And we will be back. You're listening to 104.9 Max Country and Strive TV. Now pitching for the SOS Rebels will be Isaac Whitmore, the center fielder. So he's going to come in and pitch and try to get the Rebels out of this inning that has become a very big one for the Kings here in the bottom of the third. All he needs to do here is find a way to get one out. There's 2 outs in the inning. Bases loaded. And Cam Logston, the DH, is up to bat now. He has a single and a walk while scoring both runs in his at-bats. He takes that one for a ball down in the zone. And takes the second one for a ball down in the zone, and it will be a pass ball in which Vadichka will score, and all the other runners, Kulata will move to third, Dirks will move to second, and it will be 2-1 now here on Logston, as now he still tries to find a way to get a hit and bring him in, as he tries to get out of the way there, but ends up getting hit by a pitch. So he will go to first on the hit by pitch by Whitehead.
Just not SOS's night.
It's not. And it will bring up Colin Kochwa, who has a single, a double,
It's just another one where you're going into the 5th inning to write down some of the. Are we through 2 at bats here for?
We're getting 2. We're almost through 2 in the lineup.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Kulada started it off, and he's batted twice now. So.
Well, this is, very reminiscent of the juniors game when the York Cornerstone juniors had all those hits on 2 outs, or all those runs rather on 2 outs that were added, and now 11-3.
Yeah, and like what we talked about in that pregame interview there for the juniors game, this SOS team is very young. A lot of those juniors kids, that's ground ball to first base, and that will get them out of the inning.
Good tag there by New Year. Good catch right there on the line. And good grab, good step on the back.
Yeah, but like we were saying, it's a young team, and it will take a little bit for them to get back up to where they need to be, but they'll figure it out. But York scores 7, picks up a couple hits, a lot of walks, and scores now 11-2. Cornerstone leads. Welcome back to Leavitt Stadium here in York, Nebraska, where we have the seniors portion of our night. It's 11-2. The Kings are winning this one in the top of the 4th inning against the SOS Rebels. And it's just been all Kings so far today. Both games,
Definitely,
you could say that.
Definitely so.
It's back to what we were sort of talking about before we went to break. This SOS team is a very young team. Yep. We talked about that in the pregame interview with a couple of the players.
And those 2 players are some of the leaders, some of the senior leaders that are they called on themselves. They're we're kind of here for the leadership role. Yeah. That's why Colton wanted to come back and Isaac as well. So young team, and and what I think you're seeing too, Noah, is just the difference. The 2 starters for York, both in the juniors and seniors games, went pretty nice and deep. I think they've got now Kochwar pitching coming in here to relieve for Hager, who's going to finish. Let's get some of Hager's stats here for the day. He went 3 full innings, allowed 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 strikeouts as well, 52 pitches, 32 strikes. So pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good
it's
outing
above
there for
50% on your strike rate.
Yep.
So that's good to see there. You want to, especially at Legion Ball, you want to be throwing strikes over 50%.
Yep. Which 32 to 50, what would say maybe?
So what?
60?
60-ish?
I can't do math that quickly, though. 52 pitches total, 32 strikes.
We can go with 58.7.
Yeah,
there we
okay,
go.
Sure.
That's a high pop-up to left field, and the shortstop, Noah Jones, is going to track that one down as both the left fielder, third baseman, and shortstop went over there, but nonetheless, the shortstop will get that one for the fly out, and it will bring up Isaac Whitemore, who is actually pitching now.
Yep. Well, as Zelazny there flies out on the first one, but Still a young inning here for SOS to try to climb back. New pitcher into the game now. Maybe you can find something against this guy.
Yeah, as he takes that one for a strike. I mean, they got to find some way to do something to at least go home tonight telling themselves that they worked on something here, like something got better. And I mean, they had a 4-2 ball game at one point.
Yeah.
So they were right there in it. Two runs away, 1 run away here, another one in the next inning type of deal. And as he strikes out looking off the breaking ball, but
that was a good
pitch
right there.
Yeah. Even Whitemore knew it. He saw it, started walking back to the dugout. No complaining. But I think SOS is right there. They just need to work on a couple more things.
Well, they're athletic enough. They've got the athletes on this team. They may be missing a couple of guys too. I think that once they get more into their season, I think we'll learn a lot more about these two teams when they play again June 21st in Shelby. We'll be there for that one as well for the 2 juniors and seniors games.
Yeah.
It'll be a good status report because who knows? We still got some ball left here in this one, but a blowout in the Cornerstone Kings juniors' favor earlier, and we got a blowout so far here for the seniors game. But it'll be an interesting one in June back up in Shelby.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because the Kings will have Stark. I mean, SOS might have a couple guys that they're still missing, and some of these guys might get better as the season goes on.
Think about, too, like a guy like Zelazny, who, again, he just ended state track and field last week. He probably wasn't focused on baseball at all until like a week ago. So,
He was guaranteed he was focused on
and
state track.
A lot of the Kings players obviously participated in state track. A lot of these guys have been just with this for a little bit now, so. At 1 and 2 here to the batter.
And I expect that with most of these smaller town Legion teams where, some of these guys were playing, they were on the track team, golf team, something, and they make it to state. And so they miss these first couple of games, and it's because they're doing great in all their other sports. You don't want to take away from that. So he takes that pitch for ball 4, so he had him with 2 strikes on there.
Yeah, he had a 1 and 2 count. Yeah.
Yeah, ended up walking him, so that will be a walk. The first batter to make it since the 3rd inning when Schultz, who is the batter now, got on with a single.
And Schultz 1 for 1 for the day.
He has a run scored and a single. Is outside there for ball 1. Could tell Bonnell behind the plate thought that was a strike, the way he got up and threw it back kind of gingerly. That'll be a ball. 2 balls here. 2-0. 2 outs. Schultz had that really good diving play earlier this game and left off of Bonnell.
One of the plays of the game.
Oh, yeah, easily one of the plays of the game. 3-0. Yeah, I would definitely say so. That was a great hit, and that was with runners on, too. So, pretty good play over there in left. You don't see that all that often.
4-0, back-to-back walks here for SOS. Send another one on base.
Yeah, and they have at-bats like this where you look at it and they take their walks and they work the count and they find ways to get on. And like this, their bottom half of the order is really doing all their work for them, it seems like. As Colin Verbka comes up to bat. He is also a part of that bottom half of the lineup he had a double his last AB.
Yep, he's looking to stay perfect as well this game. That was a nice sliding pitch right there from inside to outside.
as he swings through that one for strike 2. 0-2 with two outs here. Looking to try to just foul anything off that you think could be a strike until you get something that you know you can take care of. Ooh, good idea there by Bonnell.
That was a nice throw.
Oh,
really
yeah.
nice throw by Bonnell.
Like I said, Bonnell's one of our really good catchers on our JV program, and it doesn't surprise me that he tried to backpick there. He does it all the time.
Which, as the opposing team should know that you got Bonnell at the catcher spot, that he can do that. So that definitely goes into some base running, game planning, I guess, as the game goes along for the opponents.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. You mean it's a small town team? All the towns around each other. You kind of know everybody by playing against them, whether it's in sports or you just know them as friends. So everybody kind of knows everybody.
Yep. Certainly, these two teams very familiar with each other, playing each other twice per year. Seeing each other, I'm sure, around the area as well.
Oh, I'm sure of it. At track meets, golf meets, playing against each other in basketball, football, whatever the occasion is.
2-2 though here. Struck him out.
Struck him out looking for the second strikeout of the inning, second one looking, as the SOS Rebels, they don't get any base hits. They had 2 walks, no runs, and they leave 2 runners stranded here in the top of the 4th. When we come back, we will have the bottom of the 4th for the York Cornerstone Kings as they look to add some runs on to their total they already have already. We'll be back here in about a minute. You're listening to Max Country 104.9 and live on Strive TV.
Why we're playing Ghostbusters here coming out of the break, but why not?
Yeah. Who you going to call? I guess Anthony White, because he's batting first for the York Cornerstone Kings.
You can't give me control of the bumpers to the radio station.
Yeah, did you ever get trained on that?
No. There we go.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a long one, but all right, it was kind of cool. We got Anthony White, the right fielder, leading off here.
No, we're going to see here if the Kings can expand on this. They're up 11-2 in the top of the 5th. Obviously, there's a 8-run mercy rule, bottom of the 4th, rather. There's obviously an 8-run mercy rule starting at the 5th inning, so York can kind of add on to that a little bit here and try to close it out in the top of the 5th.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they could do it. I mean, it'd be back-to-back games where the juniors and possibly the seniors also do it. Would be kind of a notch on the belt to be able to do that, as Anthony White actually gets hit by a pitch.
I actually was looking down at my score sheet here, but yeah, you could hear it.
So he will go to first, and that will bring up Noah Jones, who is
still one for one, right?
Yep. 1 for 1 with
couple
a
walks,
double, a walk, and a hit by pitch.
Yep.
He's scored 2 of his runs, and except for the one in the first inning.
Noah Jones is really nice leadoff hitter
He's a good ball
for this
player.
Kings team. And he was great last year. He's been great for a couple years now for this Legion team, and I think the guy you want, like, starting you off.
Oh, for sure. And even, you know,
Stark will come in. I think Stark actually does bat first, right? I
I believe so.
Yeah, and if
he
I
either
remember in the
bats
past.
first or he bats in like the 2-3 hole type of deal.
I thought I remember Isaac batting first last year. They could change things up year over year, but
Yeah, you never know.
yeah.
You never know. And Noah Jones so far is doing a pretty good job at finding ways to get on, whether it's walks, hit by pitches, and getting that knock every once in a while. He's doing a pretty good job at it. Then he gets that help from his bottom half of the order where they
Yes.
get on, and then he's not so much of a leadoff guy anymore. He's trying to find ways to get on. Ooh, and that will be a error there by the second baseman as tried to throw it to shortstop to get the out. Just
was there a play there at second, or do you think the play was at first? I mean, Zelazny
think-
right over there. Yeah.
personally, if he would have thrown it sooner, there was a play at second.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
since he clutched it a couple times, he should have just set his feet, gone to first, got the
Yep.
for sure out. Instead, you have runners at first and second off of an E4.
Nobody out, still here for
Trey Richard,
Kings.
he's up to bat now. Yeah. Richard is 1 for 1 as well with 2 walks and a single.
And he had the rip to left field
Yeah,
earlier
left
in the
field.
game,
Yeah.
even though he's the left-handed batter. Everybody's been pushing him today. No pulls. I mean, there have been one big one.
Pull.
That's been it. And then
that
there was a nice, I think, catch out in by SOS. There was a
Yeah,
nice catch out in
the
out
one
in the
off
field.
of Bonnell.
But anyway,
But yeah, you know, all around pretty good baseball here today for the Kings as well as the Rebels.
2-2. Now that's strikeout, right?
No,
Oh.
I don't believe it is 2-2. It's 0-2.
No.
Actually, it is 2.
We're
It's
getting
1-2.
Yep.
All right. Yes. Well, it doesn't matter. There's another foul ball, so it's for sure 2 strikes out here somewhere.
2-2 now. Now they got it right on the board. So
Someone's slacking up there. It's all right. We'll give them 2.
hey, I was slacking too. I didn't know the count.
Ooh.
Nice.
That was a punch
Interesting. Yeah.
out if I've ever seen one myself.
Nice pitch though. And I mean, it got
nice,
in there.
Nice pitch, yeah.
16, Garrett
Umpire
Bell.
decided to really get the lawnmower going there. But it's his show. We're just here living in it. As Garrett Bonnell comes up to bat, takes that one in for a strike.
You're going to get angry emails, calls from umpires that may be listening out there that go, hey, what,
Yeah,
what
he's
do
got
you guys mean?
You think he's got his AirPods in? He's listening to the broadcast too. He hears us 30 seconds later, and he's like, "Gosh, those guys up there."
Oh, we got another hit.
No.
No, I thought, yeah, nope. He tried to get out of the way. That's Peterson there coming in to pinch hit, I believe,
No,
or substitute.
It's still Bonnell. It's the catcher. 16.
Oh, they got Peterson up here. Okay, now they just changed it to Bonnell. Okay, sorry about that. Yep, game changer's a little bit behind.
And Bonnell right back to the pitcher, but he's going to overthrow it, and that ball will go out of play. So Bonnell will we'll get to second off of the error by the pitcher, and Noah Jones will go to third, and Anthony White
Next
will
up to bat, number 40, Trevor Biddick.
will score.
Yep, and
And,
just as we said earlier, Noah, this is just not SOS's night. That was a
No.
routine type play
was.
there for the pitcher.
He just
Get it
sped
over there to first.
Yeah,
Yep.
he sped it up too much. You know, if you field it, take your time, 1, 2, set your feet, throw it. You know, you have a better chance of getting
Right.
him out there. But we do have a courtesy runner coming in, Peterson, coming in for the catcher. A little bit more speed, except for I will say during our JV season we put Bonnell in as DH quite a bit when our other catcher was catching, and he had to use his wheels then. So I know he's got a little bit of speed to him. Don't sleep on him. So he takes that one for a ball, does Vidichka. And he is 0 for on the day with a walk. Looking to get his first base knock of the day, join the party. Takes that one outside for a ball, makes it 2-1. Little update on the score. It is now 12-2. The Kings are winning this one.
On 6 hits. Too.
6 hits, yeah.
6 hits, 12
they've
runs.
doubled their hits with runs, which is pretty absurd.
You don't hear about it very often. There's going to be another.
Pass ball, and he'll be safe as wasn't able to get the throw there in time. Little collision there, too.
Jones and Whitmore kind of collide right at the home plate there.
Yeah,
Jones is safe. Ball popped out of the catcher's glove, or the pitcher's glove.
Yeah, but he still slid, so you like to see that. He didn't purposely try to run into him. I mean, you slide, you're going to collide. It's baseball.
Yep.
It's not football, but it's baseball. 3-1 now on Vidichka. See if he's swinging here. Try to get that RBI at third. Ooh, and he was. Just pokes it foul.
These kids right by the, you see them right
Yeah.
there on the concourse. They weren't
Flinched a
ready
little
for
bit.
that. One of them kind of jerked back a little bit as that ball was screaming into the net right in front of him.
He saw, like, all 9 years of his life flash before his eyes. Full count now. Pops that one up, foul. Not far enough to hit the Strive van, but far enough to hit some van.
So, there's some van over there. I think we're all good.
Oh yeah, we're parked over there on the other lot. Now for Strive, you guys got to take some tips about that. Park in the other lot. You don't want to get a broken windshield. Full count, and that will go in there for ball 4. So Vidichka will move to first on the walk, and Peterson will stay at third because there's no runner at second.
Yep.
That brings up Carter Culata, the second baseman. He's 0 for on the day, too. He has a walk, though, and a couple line outs to shortstop first. He takes that one for ball 1. I like Culata's, though, his look as a – he's a second baseman, but he's got a flashy little look to him. He's got the stirrups, you know, the Evo shield in the back pocket, the Evo shield on the arm.
Got a lot of energy going on in that that stance right there too. Just ready to go.
Oh yeah, even you saw on that take there, he's getting into it, getting his hips ready, getting ready to swing that bat, try to get some RBIs somehow, but haven't seen it today because he's gotten the walk and had the line outs to shortstop, but looking to do something here. He washes that one for a ball, makes it 2-1, 13-2 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Takes that one high for ball 3. 3-1 now, 1 out. Runners on first and third.
30th pitch right there for Whitmore.
Quite a bit.
Coming in to relieve here, and that was, I think, in the third, right? Toward the back half of that third inning.
Towards the back end of it. And he'll take that one for ball 4. So he will walk. Vidichka will go to second. Culata will go to first, and that will bring up Kenan Dirks. He has 1 for 2 on the day with a single, run scored, and a walk. We're going to have a pitcher's meeting here.
Walk number 10 on the day there for the SOS team.
Looks like we do have a new pitcher coming in, but before we go to that, I want to talk a little bit more because why not? They, I think Leavitt is one of the coolest stadiums because if you look at the backdrop that we have here,
which we can't see it now, it's a little dark, but when you get it at sundown,
it's such a cool thing because just to start off, you have the college in the background, you have all the college buildings, which is pretty cool to see when it's light out. It's a cool backdrop. You've got the big football stands because they do play football in left field to center field. You have a field goal post out there behind, like right center field, way back there at the fence. And then we've got the 2 scoreboards there, one for baseball, one for football, and then we also have the National Guard there too. So
Yeah, the armory. You
yeah,
get hit right into the
so
armory vehicles.
Wouldn't it be cool though? You know, you get a home run and they just fire off the cannon like what they do for football games.
Yeah. That they should. I don't know why they don't do that, or at least just a run, like
Just
screw
a
the home
run.
runs. Just when a run scores, fire off the cannon.
So
but
what would you do on a single that scores 2? Just fire it off twice, just bang, bang.
well, you got to do it. Yeah.
Or just one time because they just scored anyways.
I think you should do however many you just scored on that at bat.
It
But
would
you got to
be
do it
cool.
after. You can't do it as soon as the base runners come through because you don't want cannons going off while
Obviously.
people are still running the
You have
bases
to
and the
do
play's
it
still
while the
going on.
pitcher's getting the ball back.
There you go.
type of deal.
There you go.
And like a home run, you could just do it for the whole thing. Maybe not 5, but
Yeah.
if it's a grand slam.
Yeah.
But something like that. It'd be a cool idea for them
I
to
like
do
it.
that.
I
And then
like
you
it.
got the lights everywhere. You see the football state champion up there showing when the York Dukes won state. When was that? Like
It would have been 2018,
2018 around
2017. Yeah, they went basketball
2017?
and football
Oh, same year.
that year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was pretty cool.
Great Garrett Snodgrass.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty cool thing to have happen there, and I don't know, it's just wanted to throw that out there because it is a cool little thing to see. If you haven't been able to come to Leavitt and you only listen to us on the radio, you should make it out for a game. You can listen to us in your ear while you watch the game.
Yeah, this is a great ballpark.
It really is. It's one of
this
the
ballpark.
much better Legion baseball fields, mainly because it's also a college field.
How about the best baseball stadium you've ever played?
I've ever
Yeah,
played in?
yeah. You yourself.
I played on Hawks Field.
Yeah. Okay.
So I've played on UNL's field, and I did that in high school. I played a triple header there, and that was one of the coolest fields I've ever played on because it's a Division I field. They keep it
you got
so
you get the
maintained.
stadium backdrop in that. You get the Lincoln skyline backdrop at Hawks Field.
One of
Yeah.
the coolest stadiums I've personally played in. Now, one of the coolest stadiums I've been to, because that's a
Wrigley,
ball.
right? Yeah,
Wrigley,
I
Wrigley.
knew you were going to say Wrigley.
Yeah,
Field.
Chicago,
Cubs fan
of course.
over here.
Big Cubs fan. Obviously, I'm going to say Wrigley. But Wrigley's just cool. You got to see the ivy, you eat a Chicago dog, watch a guy get yelled at because he tried to put ketchup on his Chicago dog. Don't do that.
Sing Go Cubs Go, or what?
Oh,
What
yeah,
is that?
they
What
won.
it is?
They
yeah.
won, so of course we did. Flew the W. It was awesome. Got to watch the Cubs manager at the time, David Ross, which he was our catcher at the
So
time.
is it David Ross or Joe Madden?
David Ross.
Though.
So I
yeah.
got to watch Joe Madden be, manager, and I got to
Yep.
watch David Ross catching. And
Yep.
he happened to hit his 100th home run that game, which was kind of cool, and now he's our manager.
Yeah.
So.
And a World Series champion with him.
And I went in, as that's in there for a strike, 3-1 now, but I went in 2016, so I did go the year that we broke the 108-year drought, which was pretty cool. And then the Ricketts, they brought the trophy to Pinnacle Bank Arena, as that's in there for ball 4, so Bonnell will come in and score. Actually, that is Peterson as a courtesy runner.
Next up to bat, number 30.
Should mention too, we have Onimus at the mound.
All right, and now Cam Logston up to bat, the DH. He is 1 for 1 with a walk, hit by pitch, and a single. He
Another hit? Oh,
just
yeah,
barely
just
doesn't
barely.
get hit by that. That's incredible, actually. That looked like it almost went between his legs, but didn't. But yeah, it was cool to get to see the, the Commissioner's Trophy, the World Series trophy that the Cubs got. As there's a pass ball, no one's running. It's 14-2. No reason to
Continue, right?
Yeah, it's Bush League type of stuff.
Yeah, I'll say and I have been to one MLB game that was at Coors Field.
Coors is
so
very
I
nice,
just have
though.
to say Coors is an awesome ballpark.
It is
and
a
I've
very
been
nice ballpark.
I've been around the area too recently, around that whole area in downtown Denver, and it's just an awesome little area. A lot of bars around there, a lot of
Ground
different
ball.
things to do.
Hit to third, and there won't
gonna
be
throw
a
it.
play at all. So we're going to put that in as a single for Logston. all the runners advance, and Vidichka scores, and that brings up Colin Kochwa, who is 2 for 3 on the day with a double, a single, and looking for, who knows, maybe a triple, and then he's got to hit a nuke for the cycle.
Yes.
Which he'd have to do it all this inning. So you never know. Crazier things happen. But yeah, Coors Field is pretty nice. I do like it. I've been there. I've been to Wrigley, and I've been to Kauffman.
Mm-hmm. I've never been to Kauffman. I need to go to Kauffman. It's not too far away, obviously.
It's like a couple hours away.
Yep.
Kauffman is very nice. I went during COVID, and you had to wear your mask and all that fun stuff. But there's a hit by pitch for Kochwa, so he will go to first. Everybody will move another base as Kulata scores, and we're
Number 5, Anthony White.
we're going through the lineup. So Anthony White, who led it off with hit by pitch.
Yeah, where are we at now? Do we even know where we're at? Because I've kind of lost track here. How many at bats there's been?
This book is good.
Yeah,
trust me. Anthony White led off the game, not the game.
The inning.
The inning.
Yep.
With a hit by pitch, and then he scored. And now he's batting for the second time.
So this is that they have fully gone through everybody now twice.
Yeah. No, one time.
One time. Oh, got it.
In the third inning, they were coming around trying to go twice.
Right.
Now, here in the fourth inning, they're trying to do it again.
Only fouled back first one, 0-1. Still one out, too.
1 out, 16-2 ball game. Barn burner. That's in there for a ball. But yeah, do you have any bucket list stadiums, baseball, football, basketball, anything like that?
Wrigley is up there for sure.
Wrigley is great.
Even Fenway.
Fenway is also on mine too.
And the Giants ballpark too. I've heard a lot of good things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a nice one. I have friends that live a couple hours from San Francisco, and they're big Giants fans, and they love it.
And if I had to pick one more, I'd go to one of the Canadian ballparks just because, and we'll just say the one in Toronto. That's the big one, right?
It's also the only one.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The Montreal Expos. They're not around anymore.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a single there for Anthony White. So started off with a hit by pitch and gets
that's going to do it too.
Gets a single. So they are gonna call the game. Understandably, makes sense. So I guess technically, you could call that a walk-off.
Yeah, I guess so.
Anthony White with the walk-off.
I guess so. Let's take a break. Let's wrap this up next, Noah. We'll talk about this one a little bit. We'll talk about what else is coming up with Legion baseball here. It'll be a 17-2 final score for the York Cornerstone Kings, and we'll wrap it up next. Seniors could not stop here today. They went 17-2 over the SOS Senior Rebels. And just going through here, Noah Jones with 2 hits today. He had 2 RBIs. Trey Richard had an RBI. Garrett Bunnell had 2 RBIs. Trevor Vidichka had an RBI. You had Keenan Dirks with an RBI and a hit. You had Cam Logston with 2 hits and an RBI. And Kochwar with 2 hits and 2 RBIs. And White with 2 hits and 2 RBIs. The pitchers were Taryn Hager. He started the game going 3 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 strikeouts. Kochwar finished it going 1 inning and 2 strikeouts. And then for SOS, led today by Kelby New Year rather, 1 hit, 1 RBI, and then 1 RBI also for Santos. 1 hit for Whitmore, 1 hit for Schultz, 1 hit for Verbcup, and the pitcher today who went the most innings, Colton New Year, 2 2/3, 7 hits allowed, 10 earned runs, and 1 strikeout. So again, not the day here for the Shelby Osceola Stromsburg team, but the York Cornerstone team here. Quite a good start to the season for them. Now the seniors are 2-1, and they've got UBC next week, so they get a little bit of a break here for Memorial Day. But you couldn't have asked for more if you're Coach Bonnell and the Kings and what they did today against this SOS team.
Oh, for sure. What other way would you?
I did it again. I do this. This is now twice. That scared you, though.
That
scared you.
actually, I jumped a little bit there.
I do apologize for everybody at home. It's late. It's almost 10 o'clock.
It's almost 10 o'clock.
Really,
but yeah, you're listening to a little bit of music while we talk.
That's
it's
right.
Awesome.
Continue. Go ahead.
But yeah, great way to play a ball game. 17-2, and then in the first game for the juniors, they go and finish off with the run rule too. It's exactly what you want to see in your program. It's how you want to start off for the beginning of the season. Get those really big wins where you win by such a large margin, and so it really means something to you because you're like, our bats were doing great, we're walking, our pitching was doing good. We won 17-2, and it wasn't like 17-16. It was a close game. It wasn't a close game. It was our pitchers were doing great, our hitters were doing great, everything was going good, and they didn't have. I think they might have had 1 error too, but limiting all that, they did really good. Very, very excited to see how this rest of the season goes for them.
Any final thought? I guess as your final thought, you told me what are your bucket list stadiums? So I gave you 4. You have to give me 4 now. And remember, I said Fenway, Wrigley, the Giants Stadium, and then Toronto's,
and then
the Blue
Toronto.
Jays. So what do you got?
I'd probably have to. I've already been to Wrigley, so that was on the bucket list. But we'll go 4 new ones.
And Kaufman too. You can't.
And Kaufman, of course. Probably have to go with the new Rangers Stadium.
Yeah. Yes.
I think that's awesome. Fenway.
Yep.
That's a big one. Then I really want to go see when it in Las Vegas is where it's more than likely going to be. And then the final one, it's a tough one because I just love baseball in general. I could go watch games at any place and be perfectly fine with it. But I want to go watch one at the Field of Dreams.
Okay. Yep.
Iowa,
right? Northwest Iowa, wherever that is. But yeah.
Want to go watch that. The tickets
Northeast
are insanely expensive.
Yes, no question.
But would it be worth it to go sit in a cornfield and watch some baseball?
For that, it definitely would.
That or the Little League World Series.
All right, no, we're going to get out of here. Thanks a bunch for joining us here tonight. 2 wins for the Cornerstone Kings. The juniors and the seniors pick up some wins. We'll talk to you all on the next broadcast for Legion Baseball. Noah, you have a good night.
You too.
All right, we'll talk to you all soon.